Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Not every individual is created equal. 80% of the population possesses a quirk, while the remaining 20% do not. In a world filled with quirks, heroes and villains emerge. In a town somewhere in 𝗵𝗲, Japan, a boy with green hair walks the streets. He has striking green hair and eyes, but his most distinctive feature is the 4 freckles on each cheek, arranged in a diamond pattern. This boy is 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, a 14-year-old who is shy and timid, attending 𝗪𝗪 Middle School. He is intelligent, kind, and always prioritizes others over himself. Growing up, he dreamed of becoming a hero after watching All Might and Other Heroes on television. He longed to save others with a smile, just like All Might. However, his excitement turned to disappointment when, at the age of 4, he learned he would not receive a quirk. From that moment, his life took a downward turn. His mother grew distant, his father left for work and never returned, and his so-called friend, 𝗬𝗓𝗏, began to bully him, using his explosive quirk and calling him Deku. 𝗬𝗍 endured the beatings and insults, believing that 𝗬𝗏 would become a great hero despite treating him poorly. However, even the kindest person can reach their breaking point, and 𝗬𝗍 eventually grew tired of being a target. One day in class, while quietly writing in his hero journal, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and his lackeys surrounded 𝗬𝗍's desk. As 𝗬𝗏 attempted to blast the journal while 𝗬𝗍 was still writing, he was taken by surprise when 𝗬𝗍 slapped his hand away, redirecting the explosion toward one of his lackeys, who was knocked unconscious against the wall. 𝗬𝗍 continued writing, unfazed by the chaos. Still in shock, 𝗬𝗍 tried again, but 𝗬𝗍 deftly dodged the attack, causing the other lackey to be thrown back into a nearby desk, collapsing to the ground. 𝗬𝗍's frustration grew as he realized that 𝗬𝗍 was effortlessly avoiding his assaults. Enraged, he lunged at 𝗬𝗍, throwing a punch that 𝗬𝗍 skillfully dodged. Drawing on nearly a decade of experience, 𝗬𝗍 countered with a punch of his own, striking 𝗬𝗍 squarely on the nose, breaking it and leaving the class in stunned silence. Some students cringed, fearing for 𝗬𝗍's safety, while others admired his bravery in standing up to the bully. 𝗬𝗍, clutching his bleeding nose, glared at 𝗬𝗍, who remained expressionless but conveyed a sense of defiance through his eyes. This only fueled 𝗬𝗍's anger further. He used his quirk to propel himself at 𝗬𝗍, tackling him to the ground and unleashing a flurry of blows. 𝗬𝗍 fought back as best he could, but 𝗬𝗍's quirk made it difficult to defend himself until a teacher entered the room. The teacher quickly assessed the situation, noticing the unconscious lackeys on the floor and 𝗬𝗍 on top of a battered 𝗬𝗍. He promptly took all of them to the school clinic for treatment. After their injuries were tended to, 𝗬𝗍 and 𝗬𝗍 were brought to the principal's office to explain what had transpired. As usual, 𝗬𝗍 twisted the truth, claiming that 𝗬𝗍 had started the fight, expecting 𝗬𝗍 to stammer and make himself look guilty. However, 𝗬𝗍 looked the principal in the eye and recounted the events as they truly happened, surprising the principal. 𝗬𝗍's eyes widened in disbelief as 𝗬𝗍 not only spoke confidently but also revealed 𝗬𝗍's role in the altercation. After hearing both sides, the principal decided to suspend both boys, 𝗬𝗍 and the lackeys for 2 weeks, and 𝗬𝗍 for 3 weeks, with the latter also required to attend anger management sessions after school. 𝗬𝗍's shorter suspension was due to his actions being in self-defense, while the lackeys were suspended for their attempts to bully him. 𝗬𝗍 received the longest suspension for instigating the fight, using his quirk in a public area, damaging school property, and causing injuries to 𝗬𝗍. After the meeting, 𝗬𝗍 was allowed to go home first, as returning to class would likely lead to further issues. He bowed to the principal, expressing his apologies before leaving. After a few moments, 𝗬𝗍 was permitted to return to class to gather his belongings. As 𝗬𝗍 exited with a scowl, the principal smiled internally, reflecting on how the once shy and timid quirkless boy had stood up to his bully and even managed to strike him. The principal, still thinking about Izuku, accessed his student profile, noting the numerous unjust violations recorded against him. He quickly removed the negative remarks and replaced them with comments that accurately reflected Izuku's character. Although he had previously feared for the boy's safety as a potential hero, witnessing Izuku's bravery and determination to defend himself changed his perspective. The principal recognized that Izuku deserved a chance at the UA entrance exams. After updating the file, he saved it and placed it back in the folder labeled UA Applicants, which contained only 2 names. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo were destined to become great heroes, and only time would reveal their paths. After gathering his belongings and leaving the campus, Izuku chose not to head home just yet. It was still early, and returning at this hour would prompt his mother to ask questions he wasn't ready to answer. Instead, he wandered the streets of Mustafu. As he walked beneath a bridge, an unsettling voice echoed behind him, commenting on his presence. Turning around, he was confronted by a towering creature made of green sludge. Fear gripped him as the sludge villain ensnared him, its form wrapping tightly around him. In a moment of panic, Izuku realized he was in danger. The villain's laughter filled the air as it threatened him to remain silent. Desperate, he clawed at the sludge, but his efforts were futile. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the scene as a bulky blonde man burst through a manhole. The hero declared his arrival with confidence, and the sludge villain recoiled as the man prepared to strike. With a powerful punch, the hero unleashed a force that sent the sludge flying, freeing Izuku from its grasp. Izuku regained consciousness to the sensation of someone gently slapping his cheek. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of All Might, the #1 hero. Overwhelmed with excitement, he searched for his hero journal, only to find it open to All Might's page, adorned with the hero's signature. Filled with joy, he turned to express his gratitude, only to see All Might in a dynamic pose. An idea struck him, and he rushed to grab onto the hero's leg as he leaped into the air. All Might noticed the added weight and glanced down to see Izuku clinging to him, his hair and face buffeted by the wind. The hero urged him to let go, but Izuku insisted that if he did, he would fall. With no time to argue and feeling the strain, All Might landed on a nearby rooftop, unaware that a bottle containing sludge had slipped from his pocket. As they touched down, Izuku struggled to regain his balance, feeling disoriented. The experience was overwhelming for his slender frame, and he almost felt sick. Just as All Might prepared to leap again, Izuku stopped him with a pressing question about whether someone without a quirk could become a hero. The inquiry halted All Might in his tracks. Izuku shyly shared his dream of helping others, despite being quirkless. As he spoke, he failed to notice All Might's form beginning to change, smoke emanating from him as he transformed into a leaner version of himself. When Izuku finally turned to look, he was startled to see a different man standing before him. All Might quickly reassured him, explaining his current state and the challenges of being a pro-hero. He cautioned Izuku about the dangers of pursuing heroism without a quirk, suggesting that a career as a policeman or firefighter might be a safer way to help people. With a final glance at the disheartened boy, All Might departed, noticing that the bottle containing the villain had gone missing. A sense of unease washed over him as an explosion echoed from the next block. After his encounter with All Might, Izuku felt reluctant to return home. Instead, he sought solace in a place where he always felt free, Dagobah Beach Municipal Park. Although it had become a junkyard, he found comfort in sitting on the sand and listening to the waves crash against the shore. This was his refuge whenever he needed to escape from Bakugo or after a disagreement with his mother. The beach, despite its litter, offered him a chance to calm his thoughts. As he took a shortcut through an alleyway, a sudden red blur grabbed him and covered his mouth. A voice hissed a warning, urging him to remain silent while displaying a hand crackling with red lightning, sending a chill of fear through him. The man dragged him deeper into the alley, scanning for any signs of others. Trembling, Izuku realized he had been captured by a villain for the second time that day, a third time if he counted the earlier encounter with the sludge creature. The man, dressed in an orange shirt and breathes, appeared to be an escaped prisoner. Izuku's mind raced as he searched for a way to escape, but his attention was drawn to the glowing red lightning in the man's hand. He felt an inexplicable pull toward the energy, as if it were calling to him. Just as he was about to reach out, a voice rang out from the other end of the alley, commanding the man to release him. Izuku turned to see a tall figure wearing a red beanie, a white hoodie over a red flannel shirt, and blue denim jeans. The newcomer had a chain wrapped around his forearm, and his hands glowed with a bright orange light, smoke rising from them. Izuku wondered if this was the man's quirk. The man approached cautiously, urging the captor to let Izuku go and suggesting they talk things over. The tension in the alley thickened as the situation hung in the balance. Akira shouted defiantly, refusing to return to jail as he held Izuku tightly, causing the boy to yelp in surprise. 𝗓𝗏, desperate to resolve the situation, urged Akira to let the child go. Despite 𝗓𝗏's pleas, Akira remained unmoved, bringing his hand closer to Izuku's face, sending a slight jolt of electricity toward him. Instead of pain, Izuku felt a tickling sensation and looked into 𝗓𝗏's eyes, searching for reassurance. 𝗓𝗏, noticing Izuku's calm demeanor, realized the boy was about to act. He shouted a warning, rushing toward them. As 𝗓𝗏 charged forward, Akira pushed his electrified hand toward Izuku, only to be taken aback when the boy grasped it firmly. A gentle surge coursed through Izuku's body, not painful but rather exhilarating. In that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories filled his mind. He saw glimpses of Akira's life, his name, age, and a history of crime and evasion. Akira had been on the run, having escaped capture just days before. Before Izuku could process this revelation, 𝗓𝗏 reached Akira and struck him with a powerful punch, enveloped in smoke. The force of the blow caused Akira to release Izuku, who fell to the ground, momentarily dazed by the sudden influx of memories. As Akira attempted to rise, concrete slabs encased him, trapping him while leaving only his head exposed. He struggled to summon his powers but found himself unable to do so. Just as he prepared to shout at 𝗓𝗏, another punch landed, knocking him unconscious. 𝗓𝗏 turned his attention to the still shocked Izuku, approaching him slowly and extending a hand. He offered assistance, and Izuku, snapping out of his daze, reached for 𝗓𝗏's hand. As their hands connected, smoke emanated from 𝗓𝗏, and another wave of memories surged into Izuku's mind. He learned about 𝗓𝗏, a 30-year-old conduit and vigilante from the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tribe, who had come to Japan to apprehend Akira. As Izuku absorbed this new information, he suddenly lost consciousness, collapsing against the wall. 𝗓𝗏 caught him just in time, gently leaning him against the surface. He felt a mix of skepticism, worry, and a strange sense of happiness. 𝗓𝗏 was unsure whether Izuku would use his newfound abilities for good or ill, but he recognized the bravery the boy had displayed. He noticed a notebook on the ground, filled with detailed notes about the quirks of Japan's pro-heroes. Impressed, 𝗓𝗏 smiled at the sleeping boy, deciding he would help Izuku become a hero and demonstrate his conduit powers. 𝗓𝗏 believed that Izuku had the potential to change the world's perception of conduits. He closed the notebook, glancing at the boy's name, Izuku Midoriya, and felt a sense of determination. He was committed to helping the boy, knowing that conduits looked out for one another. In a dark place, Izuku opened his eyes to see two faint lights flickering before him. Confused and slightly anxious, he recalled being in an alleyway. Where was he now? Standing up, he gazed at the lights, which seemed to beckon him closer. As he pondered his surroundings, the lights suddenly zoomed toward his face, halting just inches away, leaving him both intrigued and startled. He stepped back, observing the lights that formed orbs. Each orb was identical in shape and size but varied in color and appearance. One orb radiated a dark orange hue, reminiscent of a sunrise, surrounded by swirling white and black smoke. The other orb glowed with an electric blue hue, accompanied by crackling blue lightning and a cold mist. As he gazed at the orbs, Izuku became so absorbed in thought that he didn't notice his left and right hands slowly rising toward the orange and blue orbs, respectively. When his fingers made contact with the orbs, a surge of energy coursed through his body. His left side felt warm, while his right side tingled with coldness. Gradually, the right side began to heat up until both sides felt equally intense. He looked at his hands, which were now glowing orange and enveloped in smoke. A smile spread across his face as he reveled in the power surging within him. Yet, a part of him felt a twinge of sadness, knowing this was merely a dream that would vanish upon waking. Determined to make the most of this fleeting moment, he began to ℔ the power in his hands and experimented with it. He found that running while cloaked in smoke made him faster. He could phase through objects, provided they had openings for the smoke to navigate, utilizing the steel barriers and vents that had inexplicably appeared around him. He also discovered he could shoot ball of smoke, though it took him 3 attempts to succeed. When he tried to create a larger blast, he found it drained too much energy, causing him to collapse to the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a strange symbol materialized before him. He pondered whether it represented the energy he was channeling as he shakily stood up, still catching his breath. Just as he was about to move, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him, startling Izuku and causing him to fall backward. He stared at the figure, which was merely a silhouette. Fear gripped him as the figure began to emanate lightning energy and approached him. The figure halted a short distance away and knelt to his level. It spoke in a distorted voice, but Izuku could not comprehend the words. Just as he was about to inquire about the figure's message, he was jolted awake. Groggily, he opened his eyes and sat up slowly, a headache pounding from the intensity of the dream. He muttered to himself about how bizarre it had been, unaware of the man standing before him. The man, 𝗫𝗏𝗄, leaned against a wall, holding Izuku's hero journal in his right hand. He smiled at the boy, who flinched upon noticing him. Izuku stammered his gratitude for being saved, bowing repeatedly in appreciation. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 chuckled at the boy's nervousness and handed him the journal, commenting on its interesting content. He asked if Izuku planned to become a hero, but the boy's expression shifted from sheepish to somber in an instant. Izuku shared his aspirations of applying to the hero course at UA but lamented that he could not become a hero because he was quirkless. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 heard the boy's whispered despair and questioned him. Izuku's emotions erupted as he insisted that without a quirk, he could never be a hero, echoing the sentiments of his peers and even All Might. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He reflected on the difficult day he had endured, having been bullied by Bakugo and suspended for defending himself. He had been saved from a villain twice, yet his dreams felt crushed by the very idol he admired. The dream of possessing great power only served to deepen his sense of hopelessness, knowing that the entrance exams were just 10 months away and he would only embarrass himself without a quirk. As he cried, 𝗫𝗏𝗄 sighed, catching Izuku's attention. The conduit rubbed his nose in frustration and expressed his disbelief at All Might's words, which left Izuku in shock. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 confirmed that he indeed knew All Might and had even fought him once. This revelation piqued Izuku's interest, prompting him to inquire further. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 smirked as he recounted the encounter, boasting about how he had bested the #1 hero. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he was in the presence of someone who had clashed with his idol. Just as he was about to respond, 𝗫𝗏𝗄 interjected, reassuring him that he could still become a hero, even without a quirk. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 advised Izuku not to be swayed by All Might's words, despite the hero's status as the #1 hero. He emphasized that others should not dictate one's dreams, asserting that only Izuku could shape his future. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 pointed at Izuku, who was caught between shock and admiration at the man's conviction. He continued, challenging the notion that one couldn't be a hero without a quirk, sharing his own experience of defeating villains without one. This left Izuku puzzled, prompting him to ask if 𝗫𝗏𝗄 fought without using a quirk. 𝗫𝗏𝗄 chuckled at Izuku's innocent curiosity and revealed that he didn't possess a quirk at all. It took a moment for Izuku to process this revelation. He exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to reconcile 𝗫𝗏𝗄's words with his earlier perception of the man using a smoke or fire quirk. The memories from their brief contact flooded back, and Izuku realized that 𝗫𝗏𝗄 was a conduit. With newfound excitement, he exclaimed that 𝗫𝗏𝗄 was indeed a conduit, to which 𝗫𝗏𝗄 confirmed with a nod, stating that Izuku was one too. Izuku was taken aback, blinking in astonishment as he processed the information. He asked how this was possible, and 𝗬𝗏 explained that 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑘 likely had an inactive conduit gene, which became active through contact with another conduit. 𝗬𝗏 elaborated that after their touch, his smoke powers had transferred to 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑘, granting him the ability to manipulate smoke. 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑘's mind raced as he recalled his dreams and the significance of the orange orb representing smoke. He then remembered the blue orb, which he associated with lightning. Curious, he inquired whether he also possessed lightning powers. 𝗬𝗏 confirmed that while he had no experience with lightning, it was indeed a possibility. 𝗬𝗏 then proposed a plan, stating that he would be leaving for America in 2 weeks and invited 𝗧𝗍𝑘u to meet him the next day at Dagobah Municipal Beach Park to help him master his smoke abilities. As 𝗬𝗏 turned to leave, 𝗧𝗍𝑘u called out, expressing his intention to attend the meeting. 𝗬𝗏 raised an eyebrow, surprised that 𝗧𝗍𝑘u had classes the next morning. 𝗧𝗍𝑘u sheepishly admitted that he had been suspended for defending himself against a bully. 𝗬𝗏 smirked and asked if it felt satisfying to land a punch, to which 𝗧𝗍𝑘u responded with enthusiasm. They shared a laugh before parting ways. As 𝗧𝗍𝑘u walked home, a smile spread across his face, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He had the chance to prove himself as a hero, even without a traditional quirk. He was now a conduit, and 𝗬𝗏 would train him in his newfound abilities. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the ambulance speeding past him, a reminder of the ongoing villain attacks in the city. Upon entering his apartment, 𝗧𝗍𝑘u was greeted by his mother, 𝗵𝗄, who stood at the entrance with her arms crossed and a disappointed look on her face. She addressed him by his full name, a sign that he was in trouble. 𝗵𝗄 demanded an explanation for his 2-week suspension and his whereabouts. To her surprise, 𝗧𝗍𝑘u met her gaze without flinching, stating that he had defended himself against bullies and broken Katsuki's nose. He explained that he had been caught in the chaos of 2 villain attacks, the latter of which had left him unconscious, though he omitted the details of his healing. 𝗵𝗄 was taken aback by the revelation of Katsuki's injury, questioning why he would hurt someone they considered a friend. 𝗧𝗍𝑘u clarified that they were no longer friends, recounting how Katsuki had bullied him since they were children, especially after gaining his quirk. He expressed his frustration over the years of mistreatment and how he had finally stood up for himself. As he finished explaining, 𝗵𝗄 rushed to him and embraced him tightly, apologizing for the situation. She expressed her regret, tears streaming down her face as she leaned against him. 𝗧𝗍𝑘u embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her, hoping to prevent another wave of tears from flooding the apartment. Once she had calmed down, he shared details about his day, including his encounter with 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏. However, he decided to keep the information about being a conduit to himself for now, uncertain of how his mother would react to the idea of him being a conduit, or what some might label as a bioterrorist. After his mother left to prepare dinner, 𝗧𝗍𝑘u entered his room and felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of 𝗏𝗏 merchandise cluttering his space. Without hesitation, he began to remove every single item. Following his meeting with the hero and the disappointment he felt from their conversation, he was convinced that the merchandise no longer held any value. Although he still respected 𝗏𝗏's ideals of heroism, he recognized that the hero was no different from those who had told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. After about 10 minutes of clearing out the items, his room appeared empty and lifeless. Yet he preferred this over a space filled with reminders of someone who had crushed his dreams. He had accumulated 2.5 medium boxes of 𝗏𝗏 merchandise and planned to sell them to collectors, hoping to earn enough money for new clothes and to redecorate his now bare room. As he was about to search online for collectors, he heard his mother's voice from the doorway. Confused by the commotion, he shrugged it off and continued browsing until he found a collector named Mirai Sasaki. After contacting him and discussing the items, they agreed on a price, and 𝗧𝗍𝑘u prepared to meet him before heading to the beach the next day. Feeling thirsty, he stepped out of his room to grab a drink. As he walked toward the kitchen, he overheard his mother on the phone, speaking to Katsuki's mother. He hadn't seen her since he was 8 and wondered how she was doing. As he reached the kitchen for a glass of water, he heard his mother's voice again, filled with concern. She was asking about Katsuki, and 𝗧𝗍𝑘u paused, his heart racing at the mention of his rival. His eyebrows raised in surprise when he learned that Katsuki had been attacked by a villain. After drinking the water, he returned to his room, only to find his mother approaching him with a worried expression. She informed him about Katsuki's situation, but he responded nonchalantly, having already heard the news. Inko didn't question his reaction and simply mentioned that they would visit Katsuki in the hospital the next day. Izuku shook his head, expressing that he had other plans and couldn't go. He wished his mother wouldn't insist on visiting, especially after their earlier encounter at school. His mother tried to reason with him, but he interrupted, feeling frustrated. He declared that Katsuki was not his friend and that any reconciliation would only lead to more trouble. He walked past her and opened his bedroom door, but paused to glance back at her tearful face. It pained him to see her upset, yet he felt a need to prioritize his own feelings for once. He told her that if she wanted to see Katsuki, she could go without him, expressing indifference toward Katsuki's predicament. With that, he slammed the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he listened to his mother's footsteps retreating, knowing she was likely heading to her own room in tears. Guilt washed over him for raising his voice, but he couldn't shake off the frustration he felt about her concern for someone who had bullied him for years. He anticipated an awkward morning ahead and decided to sleep early, preparing for his meeting the next day. The All Might merchandise needed to be sold, and afterward he would meet 𝗫𝗀 at Dagobah Beach, where he promised to help him master his smoke powers to become a hero. As he lay on his bed, a thought crossed his mind. He wondered about the shadowy figure from his earlier dream before drifting off to sleep. Who would have imagined that 𝗓𝗍𝗍 was an admirer of All Might? The green-haired protagonist reflected as he counted his money and tucked it into his wallet. He had just sold all his All Might merchandise to a buyer named Mirai Sasaki, who turned out to be 𝗓𝗍𝗍 himself. The revelation left him shocked and a bit nervous, considering the pro-hero's typically stoic and intimidating demeanor. Izuku felt himself stiffen and sweat as he processed the encounter. He only relaxed when the man handed him a white envelope and hurried away, leaving Izuku both confused and amused. The envelope felt heavy, and when Izuku opened it, his eyes widened in disbelief. The amount of money inside was more than enough for him to consider moving out, purchasing new furniture, and still having funds left over. He wondered why the payment was significantly higher than what the hero had initially offered. It dawned on him that it might be a form of bribery to keep him quiet about the hero's unusual hobby. Izuku shrugged off the thought. He figured no one would believe him if he shared the story. He mentally thanked the man for his generosity, realizing how absurdly kind the pro-hero had been. Almost slipping into fanboy mode, he forced himself to remain calm, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of 𝗓𝗍𝗍. After taking a deep breath, he asked for an autograph, which the hero graciously provided. Now, Izuku was on his way to Dagobah Beach Municipal Park to meet 𝗫𝗀𝗍, who had promised to help him learn to control his powers. He felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of mastering smoke and experimenting with lightning. Remembering the two orbs from his dream, he was convinced they represented the two conduit powers he possessed. The orange orb symbolized 𝗫𝗀𝗍's abilities, while the blue orb seemed to represent Akira's power, which puzzled him but was a question for another time. Upon arriving at the beach, he was struck by the sight of heaps of debris littering what should have been an appealing shoreline. Plastic, scraps, broken bottles, appliances, and even cars were strewn about, some still smoking and others engulfed in flames. The acrid smell of burning 𝗪𝗡 mixed with the salty ocean breeze forced him to cover his nose. Yet, 𝗫𝗀𝗍 was nowhere to be found. Just then, an explosion from the left side of the beach startled him. He quickly ran toward the source and spotted 𝗫𝗀𝗍 with his arm outstretched, smoke swirling around him. Izuku followed 𝗫𝗀𝗍's gaze to a car that had been severely damaged. Its doors bent, glass shards scattered across the sand, and the engine smoking but miraculously intact. 𝗫𝗀𝗍 noticed Izuku and grinned, greeting him with enthusiasm. He approached the boy, who straightened up and offered a small smile in return. Izuku had just arrived, and 𝗫𝗀𝗍 laughed lightly, playfully slapping him on the back, nearly causing him to stumble. 𝗫𝗀𝗍 insisted he should simply be called by his first name, dismissing any need for formalities. They walked past the smoking car and approached a screen barrier. With a sense of purpose, 𝗬𝗏 announced that it was time to begin Izuku's conduit training. He explained that when he first became a conduit, he learned to use smoke dash, a technique that allowed him to transform into a cloud of smoke and move swiftly. Demonstrating, 𝗬𝗏 turned into smoke and effortlessly passed through the barrier, reappearing on the other side with a grin. He explained that this ability would enable Izuku to overcome any obstacle, provided it was half solid or had openings. However, before attempting such feats, he needed to absorb smoke to fuel his powers. Izuku nodded, still captivated by the burning car, and asked how he could do that. 𝗬𝗏 admitted he wasn't entirely sure, recalling that it had felt natural for him after gaining his powers from Hank. He suggested that Izuku focus on the idea of absorbing the smoke with his hands. As Izuku began to mutter to himself, 𝗬𝗏 felt a mix of amusement and concern. The boy's comparisons to an anteater or a vacuum were amusing yet a bit unsettling. Growing impatient, 𝗬𝗏 flicked Izuku's forehead, prompting a surprised yelp from the boy. 𝗬𝗏 advised him that while his ideas were interesting, he didn't need to vocalize them, as it could reveal his strategy to potential enemies. Izuku blushed, acknowledging that it was a habit he needed to break. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku approached the smoking car, extending his arm toward it with his palms facing the vehicle. He concentrated on the idea of absorbing the smoke, repeating to himself that he was a vacuum, ready to ℕ the power before him. He thought of himself as a vacuum as he felt a tingling sensation in his palms. The smoke from the vehicle began to drift toward him, seemingly unaffected by the wind. It took only a moment for the smoke to make contact with his hand, enveloping it in an orange glow as it entered his body. Izuku sensed it flowing within him, a peculiar sensation that was both foreign and exhilarating. Within a few seconds, he absorbed all the smoke from the car. As he opened and closed his palm, he tried to adjust to the feeling of the smoke inside him. He felt lighter, stronger, and faster. Izuku then focused on the screen barrier, recalling how 𝗬𝗏 had passed through it. He thought about how 𝗬𝗏 had covered himself in smoke and dashed through the barrier. If he could replicate that, he could do it too. Taking a deep breath, he thought of something that calmed him, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. As smoke enveloped his body, he dashed toward the screen barrier and passed through it effortlessly. 𝗬𝗏, watching the scene unfold, was wide-eyed with surprise. He had just taught Izuku how to absorb smoke, and to see him execute it perfectly on his first try was astonishing. This kid was a genius, he thought, observing the joy radiating from Izuku's face. Izuku felt a wave of happiness wash over him, reminiscent of the dream he had on the day he met 𝗬𝗏. He felt strong, confident, and powerful, but this time it was real. This was the power he had always desired, the power he had always needed. It was now his. He was pulled from his thoughts as he noticed 𝗬𝗏 moving. The older man looked at him with pride, an expression that felt foreign to Izuku, reminiscent of a proud father. 𝗬𝗏 laughed heartily as he approached Izuku, pulling him into a one-armed hug, catching him off guard. He praised Izuku for his quick learning, ruffling the boy's green hair, which made Izuku blush with embarrassment. After a few moments, 𝗬𝗏 released him and grinned. He remarked on how Izuku had succeeded on his first attempt without getting stuck in the screen barrier. With a bit more practice, he assured Izuku that he would be able to summon the smoke faster and use smoke dash with ease. Izuku thanked 𝗬𝗏 for his praise, eager to learn more. 𝗬𝗏 then offered to show him other exciting abilities he could use with smoke. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination, reminding 𝗬𝗏 of his younger self, curious and driven to learn everything about being a hero. He began to teach Izuku how to dash through the air and fly using smoke. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 approached the front desk of the hospital, asking for directions to 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 room, claiming to be a close friend of the patient's mother. The receptionist checked the report book and informed her that 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃's room was on the 3rd floor. With a quick thank you, 𝗒𝐭𝐴 headed to the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor, reflecting on her conversation with Izuku the previous night. She felt the pain and anger her son had been holding inside when he had snapped at her. 𝗒𝐭𝐴 couldn't blame him. Katsuki had tormented him for years, causing him immense pain. Despite hearing Izuku's story, she felt a pang of sympathy for Katsuki, who was the son of her friend Mitsuki. She had always thought of them as best friends, but now she realized how wrong she had been. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 recognized her own mistakes. After 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵 was diagnosed as quirkless, she had distanced herself from him, burying herself in work and making excuses, often ignoring him altogether. She felt guilty, believing it was her fault that 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵 was born without a quirk. The weight of being a single mother after losing her husband on 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵's first birthday had been heavy. This morning, she had noticed 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵 leaving the apartment with a box, and her curiosity piqued. When she texted him, he replied that he was meeting a friend. 𝗏𝗏 felt torn between happiness that her son had a friend and worry since he had never mentioned one before. Her thoughts were interrupted when the elevator doors opened. She quickly exited and began searching for room. After a short while, she stood before the door, hearing muffled sobs from inside. Recognizing Mitsuki's voice, she hesitated before entering. As she opened the door, she was immediately embraced by a blur of ash-blonde hair. 𝗏𝗏 instinctively patted Mitsuki's back as her friend sobbed on her shoulder. 𝗏𝗏 set aside her own worries, focusing on comforting Mitsuki and discussing Katsuki's behavior. 𝐕 encouraged 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵 to focus on releasing the smoke from his arms as he attempted to perform the smoke thrusters move, which would allow him to lift himself into the air for better mobility. 𝗕𝗏 admired the boy's drive and determination to master smoke manipulation, aspiring to become the first Conduit Pro hero. Although 𝗕𝗏 considered himself a vigilante without a hero license, he felt a sense of pride in helping 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐵 achieve his dreams. He understood the struggles of being treated poorly for something beyond one's control, recalling his own challenges when he first became a conduit. 𝗧𝗂𝐁, too, faced bullying for being quirkless. Setting aside his negative thoughts, 𝗕𝗏 demonstrated the smoke thrusters, car boost, and variations of the smoke dash, including double air dash, which allowed for 2 uses in the air. After just an hour and a half of practice, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 quickly began to perform the moves with surprising ease, particularly the latter 2. However, the smoke thrusters still required focus and practice, as 𝗕𝗏 emphasized the importance of balancing the smoke released for safety. As they continued training and witnessing 𝗧𝗂𝐁's rapid improvements, 𝗕𝗏 pondered how different things might have been if he had never met the boy. He imagined the challenges 𝗧𝗂𝐁 would have faced in becoming All Might's successor, realizing that without guidance, the boy might have become a target for enemies. His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a green blur soaring overhead. Looking up, he saw 𝗧𝗂𝐁, smoke swirling around his arms, propelling himself into the air. The boy grinned as he changed directions and even executed a double air dash. After about 5 minutes aloft, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 landed in front of 𝗕𝗏, beaming with excitement, prompting an approving nod from the older conduit. 𝗕𝗏 praised 𝗧𝗂𝐁's performance, noting that while he was a bit slow, he would soon get the hang of it. He intended to teach the boy how to shoot smoke, but 𝗧𝗂𝐁 interrupted, demonstrating his newfound skill by pointing his palms at a broken cabinet. A ball of orange smoke erupted from his hand, shattering the cabinet into pieces. 𝗕𝗏 was taken aback, astonished by how easily 𝗧𝗂𝐁 had performed the move. He looked at the boy in disbelief, asking how he had learned it. 𝗧𝗂𝐁, slightly startled by 𝗕𝗏's enthusiasm, explained that he had a strange dream the day they met. As 𝗧𝗂𝐁 recounted his dream, 𝗕𝗏 listened intently, intrigued by the mention of 2 orbs representing smoke and another power. He contemplated the implications of this revelation and decided to discuss it with Eugene later. 𝗕𝗏 smiled at 𝗧𝗂𝐁, acknowledging that this discovery would expedite their training. He informed the boy that the remaining moves, aside from the orbital drop and vent dash, were variations of the smoke shot, which would be easy for him to learn. Just as 𝗧𝗂𝐁 was about to practice the smoke shot, 𝗕𝗏 placed a hand on his shoulder, adopting a serious expression. He advised 𝗧𝗂𝐁 to take a break, noting that he seemed low on smoke and needed to recharge using drain smoke. Although 𝗧𝗂𝐁 was eager to continue, 𝗕𝗏's firm gaze made it clear that he was serious. He recalled his own experience of overexertion and the consequences that followed, which made 𝗧𝗂𝐁 reluctantly agree to rest. After a 30-minute break, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 used drain smoke to replenish his reserves. They relocated to an abandoned warehouse filled with air vents, where 𝗕𝗏 demonstrated the vent dash. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 successfully executed the move on his first attempt, though he felt a strange sensation after exiting the vent. Dismissing it as adrenaline, he and 𝗫𝗀 began a game of vent tag, chasing each other through the vents. After an exhilarating chase, 𝗧𝗂 collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. Despite using smoke dash and vent dash, he was puzzled that his smoke reserves hadn't diminished. Shaking off the confusion, he stood up, exhilarated by the experience. 𝗫𝗀's voice echoed through the warehouse as he expressed his enjoyment, prompting 𝗧𝗂 to respond with a sarcastic remark about the fun they had. 𝗫𝗀 laughed and patted him on the back, insisting that it was a good exercise. He then emphasized the importance of learning parkour, explaining that it would help 𝗧𝗂 navigate his surroundings without causing destruction. As they exited the warehouse, 𝗫𝗀 declared that their lessons for the day were over. The following day, 𝗧𝗂 looked forward to meeting 𝗫𝗀 again. He felt grateful for the lessons they had shared, even if he hadn't managed to catch 𝗫𝗀 during their game of vent tag. A smile spread across his face as he reflected on how much he enjoyed the experience. 𝗫𝗀, squinting against the bright sunlight, assured 𝗧𝗂 that he was happy to help, emphasizing that conduits look out for one another. As 𝗫𝗀 waved goodbye, he reminded 𝗧𝗂 not to be late for their next meeting. 𝗧𝗂 turned toward his home, feeling content as he gazed at the sky, still bright with the afternoon sun. He felt a sense of accomplishment from the training he had completed that day. In a short time, he had mastered the smoke dash, smoke shot, and drain smoke. 𝗫𝗀 had praised his skills, calling him a prodigy, but 𝗧𝗂 humbly considered himself just a quick learner. He recalled how he had solved a 3x3 Rubik's Cube in just 5 minutes on his first try after watching a tutorial online. Katsuki, however, had dismissed his talents as useless for hero work, which didn't bother 𝗧𝗂 much. He found it too trivial to argue about. Upon arriving at his apartment, 𝗧𝗂 headed straight to his room, needing a shower and some rest. He took his wallet and phone from his briefs pocket and placed them on his study table before grabbing some clean clothes. As he entered the bathroom, a message popped up on his phone from his mother, informing him that she would be home late and encouraging him to make dinner for himself. In an abandoned gym, the sound of explosions and frustrated shouts echoed as 𝗧𝗵𝗵 unleashed his quirk on yet another punching bag. The gym was littered with damaged equipment, a testament to his anger. Katsuki had been coming to this gym for 2 days straight, seeking an outlet for the pent-up frustration he felt after a recent confrontation with 𝗧𝗂. The fight had not only resulted in a broken nose for Katsuki but had also left him feeling humiliated when 𝗧𝗂 had stood up to him without any signs of fear. To make matters worse, a villain had attacked him shortly after, leaving him unconscious while the nearby heroes hesitated to intervene. Only All Might had come to his rescue, but the experience had left Katsuki feeling weak in front of the hero he aspired to surpass. The incident had been broadcast across Japan, further deepening his embarrassment. When he woke up in the hospital, he noticed his parents' expressions were different than usual. His father looked disappointed, while his mother appeared worried. When he tried to understand their reactions, his father had scoffed and left, while his mother followed, tears in her eyes. Confusion clouded Katsuki's mind until he learned that 𝗧𝗂 had told his mother about the bullying he had endured. This revelation led to Katsuki being grounded, with restrictions on his phone and gaming privileges, which only fueled his anger. As he continued to destroy the punching bag, he imagined 𝗧𝗂's face on it, vowing to make him pay for everything. The gym echoed with his explosive outbursts as he plotted his revenge. Meanwhile, at Dagobah Beach, 2 clouds of smoke raced along the littered shore, accompanied by bursts of smoke and explosions. These clouds represented the mentor-student duo of 𝗫𝗀 and 𝗧𝗂 Midoriya. It had been nearly 2 weeks since they began training, and 𝗧𝗂 had shown remarkable improvement. 𝗫𝗀 believed that 𝗧𝗂 would soon surpass him, especially once he mastered his electric abilities. Despite 𝗫𝗀's encouragement to absorb electricity, 𝗧𝗂 insisted on perfecting his control over smoke first. He expressed his longing to use his smoke powers to succeed in the upcoming exam, honoring 𝗫𝗀's guidance, while also avoiding the risk of causing a blackout across Japan. After a rigorous training session, 𝗧𝗂 finally landed a smoke-enhanced uppercut to 𝗫𝗀's chin, causing the older conduit to stagger back before being tackled into the sand. As 𝗫𝗀 prepared to retaliate, 𝗧𝗂 placed a hand on his face, declaring his victory with an unexpected seriousness that contrasted with his usual carefree demeanor. 𝗬𝗏 had to yield as 𝗧𝗂 jumped off him, wearing a smug grin. The younger Conduit declared that he was ahead in their game of smoke tag, and 𝗬𝗏 felt a tick mark form on his forehead. It had only been a little over a week, and 𝗧𝗂 had transformed from a timid, meek nerd into a confident young man, much like 𝗬𝗏 himself. 𝗬𝗏 retorted, expressing his annoyance and emphasizing that he wasn't old, while brushing sand off his jeans. He watched as 𝗧𝗂 laughed and approached the motorcycle they had used in their game, absorbing the smoke from it. 𝗬𝗏 reminded him not to get too cocky, noting that he still had a long way to go. Despite his words, 𝗬𝗏 recognized that 𝗧𝗂's success wasn't merely luck. He was outclassed by a younger Conduit who had only been training for a week and 5 days. The boy was a prodigy, absorbing everything 𝗬𝗏 taught him like a sponge. 𝗬𝗏 pondered how strong 𝗧𝗂 would become once he started training at UA. Setting aside his thoughts, 𝗬𝗏 advised 𝗧𝗂 to stay humble. He acknowledged that while the boy was enjoying his powers, being overconfident wouldn't lead to anything good. 𝗧𝗂 looked at 𝗬𝗏 with curiosity and assured him that he understood. After a moment of contemplation, 𝗧𝗂 smiled and promised to keep that in mind. 𝗬𝗏 affectionately ruffled 𝗧𝗂's green hair and encouraged him to head home, not wanting his mother to worry. However, 𝗧𝗂's expression fell, catching 𝗬𝗏's attention. When asked if something was wrong, 𝗧𝗂 hesitated before revealing that he had argued with his mother. He sat down in the sand, staring at the crashing waves. 𝗬𝗏, curious, sat beside him and prompted 𝗧𝗂 to share more. After a few minutes of silence, 𝗧𝗂 opened up about the argument, explaining how he had confronted his mother about Bakugo's treatment over the years, including the incident where he had stood up for himself. 𝗬𝗏 listened intently, noticing the anger in 𝗧𝗂's voice when he mentioned Bakugo and the hint of joy when recounting how he had defended himself. However, he also saw the sadness that lingered when 𝗧𝗂 spoke about his mother. Once 𝗧𝗂 finished, he looked to 𝗬𝗏 for a response. 𝗬𝗏 took a moment to gather his thoughts before acknowledging the weight of what 𝗧𝗂 had shared. He began by discussing the boy's reaction to Bakugo, suggesting that it was a natural response to release his frustrations. 𝗬𝗏 chuckled lightly, noting that standing up to a bully could either deter them or provoke further conflict. He reassured 𝗧𝗂 that Bakugo would likely think twice before escalating things, though he was unaware of how wrong he was. 𝗬𝗏 then shifted to a more serious tone, expressing his disappointment in 𝗧𝗂 for raising his voice at his mother. He emphasized the importance of never shouting at her, which caused 𝗧𝗂 to lower his head in shame. 𝗬𝗏 acknowledged that while 𝗧𝗂's reaction was understandable, it was still wrong. Seeing the boy's shame softened 𝗬𝗏's expression, and he placed a comforting hand on 𝗧𝗂's curly hair. He encouraged 𝗧𝗂 not to dwell on it too much, assuring him that his mother would forgive him with time. 𝗬𝗏 shared his own experiences with arguments, recalling how he and Betty had always managed to reconcile and grow closer. 𝗧𝗂 hesitantly met 𝗬𝗏's gaze, still feeling sad but cracking a small smile at the older man's warmth. 𝗬𝗏 asked if 𝗧𝗂 had told his mother about being a conduit, to which 𝗧𝗂 shook his head, fearing it would create more distance between them. 𝗬𝗏 understood the struggle of being a conduit in a world dominated by quirks, where judgment and fear were common. He reminded 𝗧𝗂 that, regardless of their current conflict, his mother deserved to know the truth. He placed a reassuring hand on 𝗧𝗂's shoulder, and the boy nodded in understanding, both of them gazing out at the ocean. After a moment, 𝗧𝗂 stood up, resolute in his decision to tell his mother the truth when he got home. 𝗬𝗏 smiled and smirked, playfully challenging 𝗧𝗂 to recall a time when he had been wrong. To 𝗬𝗏's surprise, 𝗧𝗂 produced a notepad from seemingly nowhere and donned a pair of nerdy spectacles. He began listing instances where 𝗬𝗏 had been mistaken, including a debate about the strength of two notable figures and a humorous comment about Fetch's preferences. He had met the so-called laser girl 2 days prior, and it was an understatement to say she found him cute. He recalled the hilarious expression on 𝗬𝗏's face when Fetch playfully rubbed her cheeks against 𝗧𝗂's freckled cheek. The look of jealousy and shock on 𝗬𝗏's face was priceless. Who wouldn't feel that way when a girl with a penchant for chaos began hugging a 14-year-old boy simply because he looked adorable? Izuku felt a blush creep onto his face as he remembered the affectionate gesture from the female conduit. She had been so kind as to offer him her powers, Neon. Although he was tempted to accept another ability, he had politely declined, telling the pink-haired girl he would think about it. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he glanced at 𝗓𝗏 and stifled a laugh at the sight of the man's eyes twitching in irritation, recalling the moment he had introduced Izuku to fetch. 𝗓𝗏, clearly annoyed, told Izuku to go home already, which made Izuku chuckle as he waved goodbye. After parting ways, Izuku headed home while 𝗓𝗏 lingered behind. 𝗓𝗏 called out, knowing someone was nearby. A slender man with blonde hair emerged from behind a pile of trash. It was All Might in his less imposing form. All Might greeted 𝗓𝗏, who responded with a deadpan expression. 𝗓𝗏 urged All Might to get to the point, wanting to know what he wanted. All Might frowned and sighed, expressing curiosity about 𝗓𝗏's association with Izuku. 𝗓𝗏 explained that he was training Izuku for the entrance exam over the next 2 weeks. Just as he was about to elaborate, All Might interrupted, questioning why 𝗓𝗏, who wasn't even a hero, would train a middle school student to become one. 𝗓𝗏 shrugged and gazed out at the ocean, stating that he could see the potential in people without judging them based on their quirks, or lack thereof. He then shot a glare at All Might, who flinched at the intensity of 𝗓𝗏's gaze. 𝗓𝗏 accused All Might of hypocrisy, pointing out that he told Izuku he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, despite not having one himself. The accusation made All Might look away in shame. 𝗓𝗏 continued, asserting that All Might had just lost the best candidate for One for All. All Might's confusion was evident. He had thought myheroacademia was the best candidate, as Night Eye had suggested. 𝗓𝗏 raised a finger, listing his reasons. First, he noted that Izuku learned quickly and had a sharp mind. Then, he raised a second finger, explaining that being quirkless made Izuku the perfect successor for One for All, a quirk that accumulated power through its users. He emphasized that giving it to someone with a quirk would be detrimental. All Might's eyes widened in realization, not from surprise but from fear. How did 𝗓𝗏 know all this? Seemingly reading All Might's thoughts, 𝗓𝗏 revealed that 𝗓𝗏 had shared this information with him. All Might flinched at the mention of his former mentor's name, wondering why 𝗓𝗏 would disclose such confidential details. 𝗓𝗏 raised a third finger, smirking as he delivered the final blow. No conduit could possess a quirk. All Might was taken aback. The boy he had saved from the sludge villain just a week ago was a conduit. Why hadn't he used his powers to escape? 𝗓𝗏, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, turned away, stating he had something important to attend to. He meant he was off to enjoy a large burger with fries. With a cheeky farewell, he used smoke dash to leave All Might in a state of shock. Had he truly lost a perfect successor? All Might gazed at the sky, pondering the situation. 2 days later, under an orange sky, Izuku sat by the beach, watching the ocean as the sounds of waves and birds filled the air. Today marked the last day of his training with 𝗓𝗏, but the man had not shown up. Izuku wondered why 𝗓𝗏 was absent, then realized he was likely preparing for his flight back to America the following morning. Understanding this, Izuku decided to remain at the beach for the rest of the day. He didn't mind as he would return to school soon. His suspension was over. After today, his life would return to normal, with the only difference being his newfound confidence and a better chance of passing the entrance exam. Lost in thought, Izuku was startled when a voice called out to him. He turned to see 𝗓𝗏 approaching, a bag slung over his shoulder. Izuku stood up, smiling at the man, who returned the gesture. As 𝗓𝗏 drew closer, he tossed the bag to Izuku, who barely managed to catch it. Confused, Izuku looked at the bag before glancing back at 𝗓𝗏. 𝗓𝗏 laughed, placing his hands in his vest pockets and encouraging Izuku to look inside. With a raised eyebrow, Izuku opened the bag slowly. His eyes widened in shock as he pulled out a dark forest green zip-up hoodie, a black denim vest adorned with red and blue patterns, and a silver-colored mouthguard. He inspected the items, glancing back at 𝗓𝗏, who nodded in approval. "Are these?" he asked the man without looking up. 𝗓𝗏 grinned at the boy and replied that it was a gift for him. It might be a bit large, but he would grow into it, and he wouldn't need it until he entered UA anyway. He wanted to know if 𝗧𝗂𝗧 liked it. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 looked up and beamed, expressing that it was the best gift he had ever received. His gaze then fell on the mouth guard and he inquired about it. 𝗬𝗏 smirked, causing 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to feel a slight headache. 𝗬𝗏 explained that it was a noise-canceling mouth guard designed to block out any sounds from 𝗧𝗂𝗧's muttering. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 gave him a deadpan look, questioning if he was serious. He grumbled that he didn't mutter anymore, but a smile began to form on his face as he looked at the mouthguard. He expressed his gratitude, bowing to the still laughing man, feeling thankful for having met 𝗬𝗏 and for the training he had received, even if it was brief. Once 𝗬𝗏 stopped laughing, he looked at 𝗧𝗂𝗧, slightly surprised by the boy's respectful show of gratitude. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 often thanked him for daily training or compliments, but this was different. After dismissing 𝗧𝗂𝗧's thanks, 𝗬𝗏 asked him to stand up, feeling embarrassed. They both laughed at the moment. They began discussing their day. 𝗬𝗏 shared that he had been busy with paperwork for his departure the next morning while 𝗧𝗂𝗧 had simply been waiting at the beach. They talked for what felt like an hour until they noticed the sun was nearly setting. At that point, they decided it was time to head home. Just as they were about to part ways, 𝗬𝗏 stopped 𝗧𝗂𝗧, confusion evident on the boy's face. Without saying a word, 𝗬𝗏 raised his right arm and removed his chain, holding it in his hand before looking at 𝗧𝗂𝗧 and smiling. He told the boy that from the day they met, he knew 𝗧𝗂𝗧 would surpass him, not just in using smoke but as a conduit. He had never met anyone who had endured so much yet could still show a genuine smile and care for others. 𝗬𝗏 paused, gripping the chain more firmly. He looked at 𝗧𝗂𝗧, who was simply staring at him, and continued, sharing that he had made many mistakes during his time as a vigilante. He wanted 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to promise to be careful with his future decisions, reminding him that a boomerang returns to the person who throws it. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 nodded in agreement. 𝗬𝗏 smiled and took 𝗧𝗂𝗧's hand, handing him the chain. He explained that he had used it to help those in need, but it had also caused harm. He looked 𝗧𝗂𝗧 in the eye and asked him to promise to use the chain to help and heal, not to destroy. He was taken aback by the intensity of 𝗧𝗂𝗧's gaze. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 promised to save and help those in need, clutching the chain tightly and wrapping it around his wrist, feeling a sense of connection. They began walking until they reached an intersection, where they said their goodbyes. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 watched as 𝗬𝗏 walked away, feeling a pit in his stomach. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to form in his eyes. He had grown fond of 𝗬𝗏, seeing him as the older brother and friend he never had. Looking at the chain 𝗬𝗏 had given him, he clenched his fist and called out to him. Seeing 𝗬𝗏 turn around, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 used smoke dash to get closer and instinctively hugged him. 𝗬𝗏, surprised by the gesture, melted into the embrace and patted 𝗧𝗂𝗧's back, feeling a bond akin to that of a protective older brother. He knew he would miss the boy. After a few moments, they broke the hug. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 wiped a tear from his eyes and asked if 𝗬𝗏 would return to Japan. 𝗬𝗏 ruffled his hair and grinned, assuring him he would. He then reached out for a fist bump, encouraging 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to pass the entrance exam and become the hero he always wanted to be. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 smiled and promised he would. With one last hug, they turned away from each other and went their separate ways. Unbeknownst to 𝗧𝗂𝗧, 𝗬𝗏 looked back and whispered a final wish of good luck before smoke dashing away. Upon arriving home, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 wore a large grin, fidgeting with the chain on his wrist. He glanced at the bag containing his new hero costume, feeling happier than ever. He felt incredibly blessed, all thanks to 𝗬𝗏. He was determined to pass the entrance exam in 9 months, aspiring not only to be a hero but also to be the first conduit to achieve that dream. As he entered the house, he heard noises coming from the kitchen, sizzling and stirring, which made him think his mom was cooking. He remembered his conversation with 𝗬𝗏 and realized he hadn't spoken to his mom since returning home, as he had promised. He felt he needed to gather the courage to talk to her, but the memory of the sadness he had caused her filled him with self-reproach. He knew he had to apologize. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 needed to share his secret with her. He was a conduit. Taking a deep breath, he made his way to the kitchen, where he found his mother cooking. He noticed her softly muttering to herself, which made him chuckle slightly. It seemed to run in the family. He approached her slowly and wrapped his arms around her from behind. She startled and looked up at him, her surprise quickly fading as she returned to her cooking. He felt a twinge of disappointment but kept it to himself. He whispered an apology for his earlier outburst, expressing regret for venting his frustrations on her. He knew she had enough on her plate and didn't want to add to her worries. He felt a wave of gratitude for all she had done for him, wishing he could express it better. Tears threatened to spill from his green eyes, but he held them back, determined to be strong. He wanted to make amends, to spend more time with her and be a better son. He had so much to share about the past 2 weeks, but sensing her silence, he felt a deep sadness wash over him. He understood she might not be ready to talk, so he decided to retreat to his room. He thanked her for listening, kissed her gently on the head, and whispered that he loved her before stepping back and leaving. Once he closed the door to his room and lay on his bed, the tears he had held back finally flowed. The weight of shame and sadness pressed down on him. While he often faced coldness from his peers and teachers, the pain of feeling distant from his mother was far more profound. Delson's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that actions often return to the one who initiates them. He recognized this as the consequence of his emotional outburst during their last conversation. He accepted the loneliness and emptiness he felt, believing he deserved this pain. As he sobbed himself to sleep, one thought lingered in his mind: at least he had tried. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, muffled sobs escaped 𝗵𝐭𝐴 as she felt the weight of her son's pain. She longed to respond to him, to apologize for her distance and shortcomings as a mother. However, after hearing Izuku express his longing to shield her from his struggles, she found herself at a loss for words. The moment he kissed her on the head and said he loved her, her heart ached. Once he closed his door, she collapsed, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. She whispered her apologies to him, feeling the depth of her regret. As the school day came to a close, the teacher announced the end of class, prompting students to pack their belongings. Izuku finished writing down the notes from the board and began to gather his things. Suddenly, a burnt banana scent wafted through the air, causing him to groan inwardly. He turned to see Bakugo, who had returned after a 5-month suspension. Bakugo had been eager to confront Izuku for their previous altercation, blaming him for the consequences he faced. He had even considered using his quirk against Izuku, but their homeroom teacher had intervened, warning Bakugo that any further aggression could jeopardize his chances of attending UA. This revelation shocked Izuku, while it only fueled Bakugo's anger. Izuku noticed the teacher's genuine smile directed at him, a look of care he had longed for, which brought tears to his eyes. Meanwhile, Bakugo seethed with rage, feeling that the teachers had suddenly turned their attention to Izuku, whom they had previously ignored. As Izuku continued to pack his things, he chose to ignore Bakugo, who was determined to confront him. With his lackeys trailing behind, they kept a safe distance, wary of the potential fallout from Bakugo's explosive temper. Bakugo approached Izuku, demanding to know where he thought he was going, but Izuku remained focused on his task, refusing to engage. The blonde was visibly irritated and growled, questioning if he was being ignored. Izuku, focused on his task, thought to himself that it was obvious he was. His silence only fueled the blonde's frustration, causing him to grit his teeth. Just as Izuku reached for the last notebook, Katsuki slammed his hand down on the table, making Izuku pause. The loud noise startled everyone still in the classroom. If it had been 5 months ago, Izuku might have flinched like the others, but after enduring this for 10 years, he had grown immune to Katsuki's dramatic entrances. Katsuki noticed Izuku's lack of reaction and felt displeased. He had expected Izuku to flinch, but instead he merely paused, unfazed by the loud sound. Just as he was about to lash out at Izuku, the greenette lifted his head. With a blank expression that only intensified Katsuki's anger, Izuku inquired what he wanted. Katsuki demanded to know why Izuku was ignoring him and insisted he stop calling him by his first name. Izuku responded casually, confirming that he had indeed been ignoring him and placed the notebook into his bag. He then mentioned his destination, stating that he was heading home instead of UA. Katsuki, annoyed by Izuku's tone, shouted in frustration, not appreciating the way Izuku was speaking back to him. Izuku raised an eyebrow, explaining that this was how conversations worked, which only made Katsuki growl more. Some classmates stifled giggles, even Katsuki's friends struggled to contain their laughter. After closing his bag, Izuku slung it over his shoulder and started towards the door. He took only 2 steps before Katsuki's hand gripped his shoulder with a force enhanced by his quirk. Izuku halted and glanced at the grip before narrowing his eyes at the blonde, calmly requesting to be let go. Katsuki, undeterred, challenged him, smirking as he did so. Izuku replied with a warning that he would make the injury he had previously given Katsuki seem minor. Although it didn't hurt him, as a conduit he was irritated that his freshly ironed uniform was being messed up. A chill ran through the room at the tone of Izuku's voice, and some girls were seen with a hint of pink on their cheeks, captivated by how assertive he sounded. Katsuki, ready to mock Izuku, was suddenly thrown to the ground with a swift judo throw. The sound of his impact echoed as he groaned in pain. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing the quirkless kid effortlessly take down the best student. They stared at the grunting Katsuki before shifting their gaze to Izuku, who was adjusting his uniform as if nothing had happened. Izuku walked towards the door, passing by Katsuki's friends, who looked at him with a mix of admiration and apprehension. As he approached the exit, the crowd parted for him, almost as if he were royalty. Before stepping out, he glanced back at Katsuki, who was struggling to rise. Izuku smirked at the blonde and noticed some classmates watching him with a blend of fear and awe, and he caught sight of a few girls blushing. He thought to himself that he might be gaining some admirers as he sprinted out of the room, oblivious to the explosion of frustration that erupted behind him. At Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, walked briskly towards the stairs, feeling nostalgic. He gazed longingly at the ocean, disregarding the debris littering the beach's once pristine white sand. Despite the mess, he couldn't help but smile at the memories of training with his 𝗵𝗲 in this very spot, where he had received his quirk and where he would eventually pass it on. He had come to meet his former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, to transfer one for all to his protégé, Mirio Togata, also known as Lemillion. Mirio was a young man with a physique and aspirations similar to Toshinori's. Both aimed to save people, though Mirio's goal was to save 1 million. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Sir Night-Eye conversing with a muscular young man with blonde hair styled in a cowlick. Recognizing Mirio, Toshinori smiled inwardly, thinking that his former sidekick had been right about him being a perfect candidate for one for all. However, a lingering thought from a past conversation troubled him. He recalled what his former opponent had said months ago, which made him second-guess his choice for the next successor. Although he had reservations about 𝗫𝗏, mainly due to the humiliation he and Endeavor faced in front of the top 5 heroes, he couldn't deny the truth in the man's words. When he first saw Midoriya, he recognized a reflection of his younger self in the boy, determination, purity, and a fervent longing to be a hero. Despite Midoriya's quirkless status, he had rejected the notion that being without power made one unworthy of heroics. Toshinori doubted the boy would even pass the entrance exam, but given that he was a conduit, he might have a chance to enter the hero course. Yet, considering the fate of conduits, he wondered how long Midoriya would last in class. As Izuku walked towards Dagoba Beach to train, he sang to himself about wanting to be a hero. After leaving campus, he had changed into his training attire, a fat gum hoodie over a plain white t-shirt, gym shorts, and his usual red shoes. It had been 3 months since his last training session at the beach, and he was eager to get back to it after a long absence following his suspension. Izuku was deeply immersed in his studies, often retreating to the beach to hone his conduit powers. He practiced his abilities, utilizing the chain that 𝗫𝗏 had given him, experimenting with new moves and combinations. Through diligent training, he had mastered most of the skills 𝗫𝗏 had taught him. His smoke thrusters and smoke dash were executed flawlessly, allowing him to move with remarkable agility. His smoke shot and cinder blast were well practiced, as was his sulfur bomb. Although his cinder missile and orbital drop required more refinement, he refrained from practicing them too much, as their wide-range effects could attract unwanted attention. However, he had become more proficient with the cinder missile than the orbital drop. Izuku had yet to unlock his electrokinetic powers, as he struggled to find a safe source of electricity without risking a massive power outage across Japan. A generator or transformer would be beneficial, but both were either too costly or hazardous. He planned to train his electrokinesis at UA once he passed the entrance exams, which he was determined to do. As he turned a corner, Izuku halted when he heard a loud crash from an alleyway, the same alley where Akira had dragged him to meet 𝗫𝗀𝗏. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled how vulnerable he had felt that day. Shaking off the memory, he squinted into the dark alley, trying to discern what was happening. His eyes widened when he spotted 3 figures within the shadows, realizing someone was in distress. Without thinking clearly, he cautiously entered the alley, moving quietly to avoid drawing attention. Approached, he saw 2 thugs confronting a girl with raven hair. She trembled in fear, her face marred with scratches. Izuku quickly averted his gaze when he noticed her school uniform was slightly torn, revealing her black sports bra. The girl was backing away from the thugs, whimpering softly. The thugs were grinning madly, their laughter echoing ominously. Izuku recognized them from news reports. They were wanted criminals known for theft, vandalism, and other serious offenses. The madness in their eyes ignited a fire of anger within him. They intended to harm the girl. Fueled by rage, Izuku instinctively activated his smoke powers and sprinted toward the thugs. One thug, oblivious to the approaching cloud of smoke, stepped closer to the frightened girl. Just as he was about to move again, a fist enveloped in smoke struck him, sending him crashing into a trash bin and rendering him unconscious. The second thug, shocked by the sudden turn of events, turned to face Izuku and growled in fury. He lunged forward, claws extended, intent on attacking. As the thug closed in, the girl shouted a warning, but Izuku vanished into a cloud of smoke, evading the attack. He reappeared behind the thug, executing a move he had seen in 𝗫𝗀𝗏's memories. With his hands covered in smoke, he seized the thug's head and slammed it to the ground, forcing smoke into his face until he was knocked out. After subduing the second thug, Izuku dragged him over to his partner, tying the 2 criminals back to back with a roll of tape he had in his bag. Satisfied with his handiwork, he stood up and turned to the girl, who was staring at him in awe and shock. He approached her and gently placed his jacket over her shoulders, noticing her flinch slightly. He assured her that he didn't want her to get cold. Izuku extended his hand toward her, and after a moment of hesitation, she took it. He helped her to her feet, ensuring she wouldn't fall. He asked if she was all right, and she nodded timidly, thanking him softly. He smiled back, feeling a warmth in his chest as he noticed her blush. As he observed her more closely, he noticed her red pupils and a small scar on her right eyelid. He felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks when he noticed her sharp teeth. Shaking off his thoughts, he released her hand and glanced at the unconscious thugs before returning his attention to her. He asked if she could call the police to take them away, and she nodded in agreement, visibly relieved. Izuku picked up his bag and prepared to leave, glancing back at the girl who was still watching him. He bid her farewell, but she called out to him, prompting him to stop and turn. She shyly asked for his name. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided there was no harm in sharing it. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and inquired about her name. She introduced herself as Eiji Kirishima, clutching the hoodie he had lent her. Grateful for his assistance, she bowed repeatedly, which made Izuku chuckle. He found it endearing that she was so appreciative. He reminded her to be careful and received a nod in response before he walked away, feeling a sense of accomplishment and hope for the future. He expressed concern for her safety, winking before vanishing in a cloud of smoke, leaving Eiji blushing. She gazed at the spot where Izuku had stood and smiled, thinking about his manly name, Izuku Midoriya. Clutching the hoodie that covered her damaged uniform, she hoped to see him again. She retrieved her phone from her bag and quickly called the police. After they took the criminals away and asked for details about the incident, without mentioning Izuku, she began her walk home. On her way, she stopped at a convenience store to buy hair dye, something she had intended to do before the thugs had dragged her into the alley. They had demanded her belongings and threatened her, even tearing her uniform to make their point. Overwhelmed with fear, she had collapsed and frozen in place. If it hadn't been for Izuku, she shuddered to think of what might have happened. Izuku Midoriya was her savior, her hero, her knight in shining armor. She felt safe when he held her hand. The way he effortlessly handled the thugs was incredibly impressive. The way he placed the hoodie on her was so thoughtful. The way he looked at her and complimented her radiated heroism. Blushing, she shook off her thoughts and headed to the cosmetics section, wondering if he would like her new red hair. Meanwhile, it took Izuku 20 minutes to return to their apartment complex. He had intended to go to Dagoba Beach but decided against it after his encounter with the thugs while saving a girl. He felt good about helping someone in need but had to leave quickly before any police or heroes arrived. He couldn't risk his chances of entering UA by getting caught doing vigilante work, especially as a conduit. As he dashed home, he noticed a truck speeding past him. A woman was crossing the street ahead, oblivious to the danger. Realizing the truck would hit her, Izuku dashed toward her, pushing his limits to outrun the vehicle. Despite the challenge, he didn't stop. In an instant, he was close enough to scoop the woman into a bridal carry and dash to safety just as the truck sped by with a loud honk. Breathing from the effort, he checked on the woman in his arms, only to freeze in shock when he recognized her. Trembling and sweating, he realized he had just saved his mother. In the quiet apartment of the Midoriya residence, the door clicked shut as Izuku left for school. Inko Midoriya stood in the kitchen, washing dishes with a sad expression. She noticed the covered food on the dining table and frowned, realizing Izuku had skipped breakfast again. Sighing, she returned to her task, reflecting on the past 3 days since her son had saved her from a speeding truck. She had witnessed him use some kind of smoke-related powers to protect her, a shocking revelation after nearly 10 years of believing he was quirkless. She had expected him to be happy to share his newfound ability, but instead, she saw fear in his eyes when he recognized her. The way his face paled, his body trembled, and his heavy breaths indicated panic. He had run away after setting her down, leaving her confused. She had anticipated an explanation about his powers, but he had simply fled. Since that day, Izuku had made every effort to avoid her, finding reasons to escape whenever they crossed paths. Inko pondered why her son was so frightened of being seen using his powers. Did he believe they were villainous? Most importantly, why was he so scared that she had witnessed it? Finishing her chores, Inko moved to the living room to rest. It was her day off from work, and she hoped to clear her mind of the stress from the past few days. She began recalling the events of the last 5 months, including the time Izuku had come home late, explaining that his friend Katsuki had bullied him for years, leading to a confrontation where he had defended himself. Afterward, he had been suspended for 2 weeks and had faced villains twice in 1 day, somehow emerging unscathed, while Katsuki had been hospitalized after a separate attack. Izuku had even yelled at her when she suggested visiting the blonde bully. Her son had attempted to apologize, but she remained silent. After 5 months since their last conversation, she discovered that he possessed a quirk, and he appeared frightened when she noticed it. This realization weighed heavily on her mind. Inko reflected on her actions, trembling with shame. She had dismissed her son's sincere apology and his acknowledgement of having raised his voice at her. Even worse, she had completely avoided him for 5 months, ignoring his words entirely. Inko sighed, resting her face in her hands to stifle a groan, feeling the weight of her shortcomings as a mother. As she stood up from the couch, intending to take a nap in her room, she noticed that Izuku's door was slightly ajar. She hesitated, considering walking away, but something compelled her to look inside. Her eyes widened at the transformation of the room. Izuku's all-might-themed sanctuary had been 𝗧𝗍 of its essence. All the posters, action figures, and memorabilia he had cherished for the last decade were gone. In their place was a plain dark gray wallpaper adorned with artwork and posters of musicians and heroes like Fatgum, Edgeshot, and Best Jeanist. So much had changed in those 5 months, and today was the first time Inko truly saw it all. A frown crossed her face as she approached the desk near the bed, inspecting its contents. There, she discovered some of his hero journals and picture frames that she didn't recall being there the last time she entered the room. Picking up the first picture frame, she held it close, her eyes welling with tears as she recognized the image. It depicted a younger Izuku in an all-might onesie, being lifted by her. Both were beaming, with Izuku striking a heroic pose. 𝗏𝗏 fought to keep her tears at bay as she hugged the picture tightly, recalling the joy they shared while playing heroes. The memory flooded back, bringing a smile to her face as she remembered Izuku's exuberant declaration of being there for her. Their laughter echoed in her mind, a stark contrast to the silence that had filled their home for so long. As she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, a small smile lingered on her face. She placed the picture frame back on the desk and glanced at another frame. This one captured a moment on the stairs of the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Izuku held the camera, his face slightly sweaty, suggesting a day filled with activity. Next to him stood a man in his 30s, dressed in a red flannel shirt beneath a white hoodie, layered with a denim jacket. He wore jeans and black Converse shoes, with a chain wrapped around his right wrist and a red beanie perched on his head. Both figures in the picture grinned widely, flashing peace signs. 𝗏𝗏 didn't recognize the man at first, but as she scrutinized his features, he began to seem familiar. Just as she was about to give up on identifying him, she noticed a note on the back of the picture. Upon reading it, she recognized Izuku's hurried yet legible handwriting, "Me and 𝗓𝗏." Her eyes widened at the mention of the man beside her son. 𝗓𝗏, known as the Banner Man, a conduit rumored to wield 4 different powers. He had played a crucial role in saving Seattle from a threat known as Augustine and the Department of Unified Protection. There were even whispers that he had faced All Might and emerged victorious against the symbol of peace. 𝗏𝗏's mind raced with questions about why this man was with her son. Izuku had never shown any inclination toward the Bannerman's lifestyle, yet there was one striking similarity: his smoke quirk. 𝗏𝗏 realized that she had never confirmed whether Izuku's smoke abilities were indeed a quirk. The fear in his eyes when she first witnessed his powers made sense now. It was fear of rejection, fear of being pushed away, fear of isolation. The world had become skeptical of conduits, treating them worse than those without quirks, especially after the events in 𝗏𝗏 and Seattle. In terms of societal acceptance, quirkless individuals were often more embraced than conduits, who faced greater prejudice. 𝗏𝗏 trembled as tears began to form again. She wiped them away fiercely, her expression shifting to one of determination as she looked at the first picture. Her son had endured too much suffering, and she vowed to change that. Meanwhile, Izuku was navigating his way home, performing small parkour moves over obstacles in the streets and alleyways. He had just managed to make Bakugo back off using clever tactics, a successful yet morally ambiguous victory. As Izuku approached the door, he found his path blocked by Bakugo. Internally, he groaned, anticipating yet another confrontation. The blonde, wearing a sinister smirk, taunted him, questioning where he thought he was going. Izuku felt a sense of déjà vu. This was the 5th time this week they had crossed paths, and it was only Tuesday. Bakugo's smirk shifted to a scowl for a brief moment before returning, a look that made Izuku uneasy. Just as he was about to walk away, Katsuki spoke again, in a tone that dripped with amusement. He inquired if Izuku was still applying to UA, which made Izuku's eyes narrow slightly. The blonde's demeanor was unsettling, and Izuku noticed that his usual companions were standing nervously by the door, clearly uncomfortable with whatever plan Katsuki had in mind. Izuku braced himself for whatever was coming, knowing that Bakugo's schemes were rarely harmless. When Izuku responded with indifference, asking what Katsuki wanted, he mentally prepared himself for the worst. Katsuki's next question felt more like an insult, asking how Izuku planned to pass the exams without a quirk. Izuku shrugged it off, stating he would figure something out, internally thinking of his conduit powers. Katsuki scoffed and locked eyes with him, suggesting he knew a way for Izuku to get a quirk. This piqued Izuku's curiosity, even though he wasn't genuinely interested. Katsuki's grin turned maniacal as he delivered his cruel suggestion. If Izuku wanted a quirk, he could jump off a rooftop and hope for a better life in his next one. He laughed as he turned away, clearly relishing in the idea of making Izuku feel worthless. He was confident that this would discourage Izuku from pursuing UA and tarnish his own reputation. However, Izuku remained unfazed. He pulled out his phone and recorded Katsuki's words, humming thoughtfully before addressing him. He pointed out the gravity of what Katsuki had said, suggesting that if Yue found out, he would face serious consequences. The color drained from Katsuki's face as rage took over. Just then, another student revealed their own recording, capturing the moment. Katsuki turned to glare, only to find one of his own lackeys holding up a phone, a serious expression on his face. Izuku seized the moment to tell Katsuki it was time to grow up and face reality. He walked past the stunned blonde, reminding him that the world did not revolve around him. He warned Katsuki that it was only a matter of time before everyone in the classroom would tire of his behavior and use the recordings against him. As he exited, he nodded to Katsuki's lackeys, who followed him out, leaving Bakugo alone in his shock. Once the classroom emptied, Bakugo was left seething, releasing a loud explosion that echoed throughout the campus. Izuku reflected on the encounter as he navigated through an alleyway, vaulting over a crate. He had developed a newfound love for parkour, thanks to Delsin's guidance. After a few moments, he arrived at his apartment building, but a wave of anxiety washed over him as he recalled the day he saved his mother. The memory of her surprise and shock at his smoke powers weighed heavily on him. Since that day, he had made a conscious effort to avoid her, fearing rejection and judgment. As he entered the elevator, he pressed the button for his floor, trying to push aside his apprehension. Upon reaching his floor, he walked toward their apartment. Just as he opened the door, he was unexpectedly pulled inside by an unseen force. Confused and slightly alarmed, he looked up to see his mother with her hands raised, struggling to keep him in place. Realizing the tension in her voice, Izuku ceased his struggle and nodded slowly, which visibly relieved her. She gently guided him to the couch before heading to the kitchen to fetch drinks, leaving him to sit in anxious silence. As he waited, he shifted nervously on the couch, feeling unprepared for the conversation ahead. The living room felt foreign to him. He had been so consumed by his training that he had hardly spent time there. When he wasn't training, he was in his room completing homework, writing about quirks, or simply resting. His thoughts were interrupted when a cup was placed in front of him. It was a cup of green tea. Izuku glanced at his mother, who was sitting beside him, slowly sipping her tea. He picked up his cup and took a careful sip, trying to avoid burning his tongue. They sat in silence for a moment, feeling the awkwardness in the air. Just as Izuku was about to stand up and retreat to his room to avoid the conversation, his mother began to speak softly. She expressed her apologies, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku was about to ask her why when she urged him to listen without interrupting. He complied, sensing her need to continue. She apologized for not supporting his dreams, recalling the moment he was diagnosed as quirkless. A tear rolled down her cheek as she remembered how heartbroken he had been when he asked if he could still become a hero like All Might. She felt a deep sadness, believing it was her fault he couldn't achieve his dream. Izuku was about to speak, but she raised her hand, halting him. Sniffling, she continued, expressing regret for avoiding him after their last conversation. She had thought he might need space to cool off. As she wiped away another tear, she recalled the moment he had hugged her from behind and apologized, admitting that it hurt to know he was hiding his pain to spare her worry. Inko took a deep breath, preparing to say something important. She apologized for not knowing he was a conduit. Upon hearing this, Izuku flinched, his eyes widening in shock. He was visibly trembling, and her heart ached at his reaction. She chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood, and remarked on the unlikely chance of him meeting the Bannerman in person. Despite his secret, she reassured him that she understood the fear of being treated differently in society and the anxiety of isolation. She had seen the fear in his eyes that day, and she wanted him to know that no matter what, he would always be her little Izuku, the one who had saved her from despair. She expressed her love for him and kissed the top of his head before leaving for the kitchen. As she walked away, Izuku stood up, his face hidden by his hair. Inko watched as he hesitated, contemplating his next move. He felt torn between accepting her apology and mending their relationship or ignoring it, just as she had done before. The choice weighed heavily on him, and seeking fresh air, he turned away. However, he was drawn back by the sight of a picture on his desk, now placed on the table in front of the television. Overwhelmed by emotion, he rushed back to his mother and embraced her tightly, surprising her. He sobbed in her arms, muttering apologies. 𝗏𝗏 couldn't hold back her own emotions and hugged him back. They stayed in that embrace, feeling the warmth and safety of being close to each other. For the first time in 5 months, they felt secure in one another's presence, silently vowing to protect each other. As they held each other, 𝗏𝗏 thought of Izuku's father and how proud he would be to see them reconciling. A smile crossed her face as she remembered 𝗏𝗏, Izuku's late father. A high school stood proudly atop a forested hill overlooking Mustafu. It was renowned for its exceptional education, the alma mater of All Might and many other heroes. Today, Izuku stood before the school, filled with anticipation for the entrance exam of the new school year. His excitement was palpable. He had hardly slept, his body trembling with eagerness as he lay in bed. The green-haired boy gazed at the ceiling of his room, contemplating how he would excel in the upcoming exam and secure a place at his dream school. His excitement was so overwhelming that he nearly forgot to bid farewell to his mother as he rushed out of their apartment after breakfast. Izuku quickly dashed back inside, using his smoke dash ability to embrace his mother and plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. He whispered that he would return and asked her to wish him luck before he hurried out again. 𝗏𝗏 suppressed a giggle at her son's antics and wished him well as she resumed washing the dishes. After resolving their misunderstandings a couple of months prior, their bond had grown stronger, and they were steadily mending their relationship. They had spent quality time together, making up for lost moments since Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless. They enjoyed outings to parks, picnics, movies, and shopping trips. Izuku even signed his mother up for a gym membership to help her become healthier and regain her fitness from when he was younger. Although 𝗏𝗏 had been hesitant due to financial concerns, Izuku's determination shone through as he revealed the money he had earned from selling his All Might collection. He chuckled at the memory of her surprise upon seeing the amount, grumbling about the many zeros in his bank account. As they reminisced about their past months, Izuku shared how he had become a conduit and how 𝗓𝗏𝗄, known as Bannerman, had trained him to harness his smoke powers. He might have received a light reprimand from his mother when she learned about his encounter with Akira, the first conduit he met, and how he had taken an electric-filled hand from him. He also mentioned his interactions with Katsuki, and while 𝗏𝗏 felt a twinge of disappointment at the mention of Izuku using blackmail to keep the boy in line, she was pleased to see her son growing more confident, even if he occasionally came off as cocky. Izuku smiled fondly, reflecting on how their relationship had deepened. They had promised to support each other in becoming better individuals, a commitment he intended to uphold. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice from behind him. Katsuki Bakugo called out to him, prompting Izuku to turn and see the scowling ash blonde. Instead of returning the scowl, Izuku greeted him with a smile and a wave, asking how Katsuki's suspension had been. The explosive teen had recently faced a 3-week suspension for attempting to use his quirk on Izuku in the cafeteria, which had resulted in a chaotic mess of food and a near expulsion due to his otherwise clean record. Katsuki shot Izuku a glare as he brushed past him, warning him not to get in his way. Izuku shook his head, remarking on the irony of Katsuki's words. He sighed and walked toward the entrance of the building, taking care not to trip over his own feet. Just as he thought he was safe, he stumbled, bracing for a fall that never came. Confused, he blinked in surprise. A girl's voice reached him, asking if he was all right. He felt her hands steadying him as she placed him back on his feet. She apologized for using her quirk on him, explaining that it was a bad omen to trip and fall. Izuku turned to see a short girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a cheerful smile. Her round face and warm blush made her appear cute, and he couldn't help but smile back. He thanked her for catching him, admitting he had lost his balance and that it would have been embarrassing to fall. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she responded with her name, Ochako Uraraka, happily shaking his hand. Noticing her pinky fingers sticking out, Izuku's curiosity piqued. Was it a touch-based quirk? He noted how soft and cold her hands felt, causing him to blush slightly. After their brief exchange, Ochako wished him luck and walked past him, waving as she went. Izuku returned the gesture, feeling a rush of excitement. He had just spoken to a girl, a cute one at that. As he stepped forward, he made sure to watch his feet carefully to avoid another mishap. Upon entering the building, he searched for his exam room number, eager to find his place for the written exam. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a stout figure resembling a blend of a dog, a mouse, and a bear sat in front of a large screen. This was 𝗍𝗬, the principal of 𝐒𝐻𝐢 High School, reviewing the files of the examinees and considering the promising candidates for the hero course. He picked up a folder, examined its contents, closed it, and set it down on the table. This process continued until he discovered a particularly intriguing file. 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁, 15 years old, Aldra Middle School, quirkless. 𝗍𝗬 raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He had anticipated that quirkless students would attend the entrance exam, as he had established the rule allowing them to participate. However, something about this specific student caught the Chimera's attention. He began to read through the boy's record, eager to understand who 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁 was and what made him stand out in 𝗍𝗬's eyes. As he delved into the green-haired boy's file, a maniacal laugh echoed through the corridor, startling those who passed by or entered the room. 𝗧𝗂𝗁 thought to himself that the written exam had been easier than he expected as he took a seat next to a fuming 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who shot him a fierce glare. Ignoring 𝗵𝗃𝗲, 𝗧𝗂𝗁 focused on the leaflet provided by one of the examiners before entering the room. He analyzed the information and nodded to himself, realizing that the practical portion involved earning points by defeating villainous robots. The robots varied in shape, size, and point value: 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and the infamous 0 pointers, which were deemed worthless yet bore a red warning sign, indicating they were the most dangerous. Confusion crossed 𝗧𝗂𝗁's face as he pondered how the least valuable robot could pose such a significant threat to students. There was something peculiar about this exam that he couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts, calling out to him. 𝗧𝗂𝗁 blinked in surprise, noticing that most of the room's occupants were looking at him. A tall boy with blue hair and glasses stood several rows ahead, pointing directly at him with a disapproving glare. The tall boy chastised 𝗧𝗂𝗁 for not paying attention, stating it was unacceptable for someone aiming to be accepted into 𝐒𝐲. If he wasn't going to take the exam seriously, he should leave immediately. 𝗧𝗂𝗁 blinked at the boy's comments, chuckling inwardly as he realized he had become too engrossed in the handout to pay attention. Although the boy had a point, 𝗧𝗂𝗁 felt annoyed that he had interrupted the explanation, especially given President 𝗵𝗃's frown directed at him. Rather than engage with the tall boy, 𝗧𝗂𝗁 decided to focus on the handout. He dramatically opened it and leaned in close, completely ignoring the boy's glare. The tall boy's eye twitched in irritation as laughter spread through the room. He was about to call 𝗧𝗂𝗁 out again when President 𝗵𝗃 interrupted, further explaining the exams. As President 𝗵𝗃 offered words of encouragement, 𝗧𝗂𝗁 felt the weight of the tall boy's glare as well as 𝗵𝗃𝗲's. He shrugged off their stares and quickly made his way to the changing room to prepare for the practical exams, his mind still occupied with the hidden implications of the exam. After changing into his green jumpsuit and red shoes, 𝗧𝗂𝗁 headed to the designated buses for the exam location. "This place is enormous," 𝗧𝗂𝗁 exclaimed to himself, whistling in amazement at the vastness of the replica city district. He began doing light stretches as he waited for the exam to commence. As he stretched, he looked around at his fellow examinees. They were engaged in various activities, chatting, stretching, meditating, and even winking in random directions. His gaze landed on a familiar patch of auburn hair. Near the gates, he spotted Uraraka, eyes closed and fanning herself. She appeared nervous, attempting to calm herself down. 𝗧𝗂𝗁 smiled at her but chose to leave her be. His attention shifted to the top of the gate, where he noticed it slightly move. Taking that as a signal to prepare, he stepped forward, coincidentally moving closer to Uraraka. A voice called out, identifying the girl as someone who seemed to be meditating. 𝗧𝗂𝗁 recognized it as the tall blue-haired boy from earlier. The boy appeared to be bothering someone, but 𝗧𝗂𝗁 didn't mind since he wasn't the target of the remarks. However, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, prompting him to turn around. His green eyes met the tall boy's glaring dark blue ones. The boy questioned 𝗧𝗂𝗁's presence, suggesting he was there to interfere. Izuku quickly brushed the hand off his shoulder, annoyance evident in his expression. He firmly stated that the boy shouldn't touch him and questioned what he meant by interfere. Izuku explained he was simply trying to move to the front where there was more space. He added that the tall boy should stop jumping to conclusions and mind his own business, emphasizing that looking similar to 𝗔𝗵𝗄 didn't grant him the right to judge others. With that, Izuku stomped toward the front, leaving the tall boy momentarily stunned. The crowd began to murmur as Izuku suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke and dashed toward the slightly open gate. The others were confused, ready to laugh at what they thought was a foolish move, when Present Mic's voice boomed throughout the area. Begin. Startled by the loud announcement, everyone turned to the gate where Izuku had just exited. They blinked in disbelief at the spot he had occupied. Present Mic's voice rang out again, urging them to act quickly, reminding them that there was no countdown in a real battle. With that, the remaining examinees rushed toward the gate. As they emerged, they were astonished to see Izuku striking, breaking, and dodging every robot in his path with a long chain, counting out loud as he went. Uraraka watched the green-haired boy with awe and admiration. He skillfully maneuvered through the robots, destroying them with remarkable precision, as if it were second nature. Observing him, the crowd watched as Izuku wrapped a chain around his wrist and utilized smoke drain to absorb the smoke emanating from the wrecked robots. Initially taken aback, Izuku soon narrowed his eyes, channeling smoke with his left hand to charge a cinder blast, pointing it toward the onlookers. Panic spread through the crowd as they braced themselves, using their quirks and anything available to shield against the impending attack. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, followed by a heavy thud from behind them. Turning around, their eyes widened at the sight of a headless three-pointer robot lying on the ground, charred and sparking. They stared at the fallen robot for a moment before shifting their gaze back to Izuku, who wore a smirk and kept his arm outstretched. He casually remarked about scoring 25 points, winking at the crowd before being enveloped in smoke. With a playful farewell, he used Smoke Dash to navigate through an alleyway, explosions resonating in the background, leaving the crowd in a state of disbelief as they began to frantically take down any robot they encountered. Meanwhile, Uraraka, after dispatching another robot, glanced toward the alleyway Izuku had just exited and pondered to herself about his true identity. In a dimly lit room, Nizu sat before a screen that displayed the entire practical exams, a cheerful smile on his face as he observed each student striving to earn points. He noted the strict time limit and expansive battleground, which ignited enthusiasm in the participants and showcased their skills. He turned his attention to an examinee with 6 arms, standing atop a small building, and remarked on the importance of quickly grasping the situation. His gaze shifted to a tall boy using engine-powered legs to dismantle a swarm of robots, and then to a blonde boy shooting lasers from his navel while maintaining an awareness of the camera, which startled the onlookers. Nizu chuckled, appreciating the composure displayed by the students in the face of challenges. He then focused on 2 screens side by side, one showing Katsuki fiercely destroying a 3-pointer robot, and the other depicting Izuku skillfully dodging a 2-pointer's massive fist by transforming into smoke, phasing through it, and countering with a quick smoke shot to the exposed metal neck. Nizu expressed his satisfaction with the students' fighting prowess and noted that the point system would help gauge their foundational skills. The other occupants in the room nodded in agreement. Midnight, the alluring 18+ hero, commented on the intriguing group of students this year, while All Might prepared to initiate the next phase of the exam by pressing a red button, signaling the start with a loud horn that echoed across the battlefield. Back with Izuku, he declared that he had taken down the last of the robots, retracting his chain and using smoke drain on the remnants. He smiled at his achievements, wiping a bead of sweat from his chin and reflecting on his score of 71 points, which he hoped would be enough to pass. The exams had been peculiar, reminiscent of how Bakugo's scent could be described as burnt bananas. As he navigated the field in search of more robots, he recalled an encounter with a short boy with purple spheres on his head, who was being chased by a 3-pointer. Izuku had intervened, destroying the robot and saving the boy, only to be met with anger as the boy accused him of stealing his points. Rather than retaliate, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 had simply apologized and moved on. Later, while aiming for his 50th point, he encountered a two-pointer that resembled a scorpion. Just as he was about to finish it off, a laser beam struck, obliterating the robot. Furious at having his point stolen, he spotted the blonde boy responsible, who merely ran away. 𝗧𝗂𝐁's frustration grew when he noticed a tall boy with messy indigo hair cornered by robots. He stepped in to help, destroying the robot and saving the boy, but was met with a glare and a dismissive gesture instead of gratitude. This only fueled 𝗧𝗂𝐁's anger, and he unleashed his fury on any robot in sight, quickly accumulating 19 more points. Just as he was about to leave the area, a two-pointer dropped in front of him. Reacting instinctively, he used his chain to strike down the robot. Suddenly, the loud sound of a horn echoed throughout the replica city district, accompanied by a tremor and distant explosions. Startled, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 glanced around and spotted a vent on the side of a building, using vent dash to reach the rooftop. From there, he surveyed the chaos below, witnessing examinees fleeing from an unseen threat as the ground continued to shake. By earthquake, he meant the zero-pointer robot was just a few meters away from his location, causing destruction to every building in its path. He gazed down the route where the enormous robot was advancing, his eyes widening as his heart raced. There, he spotted 𝗬𝗏𝗏 trapped under rubble, struggling to free herself. Her pale face indicated that she had overexerted her quirk. Without a moment's hesitation, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 summoned his smoke and leaped from the building, landing with a heavy thud. He began to dash toward the fallen girl, unaware of the taller boy with blue hair who rushed past him, looking back in shock. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 continued his sprint until he came to a halt in front of 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Kneeling down, he gently touched her hand, concern etched on his face. He asked if she was okay, glancing anxiously at the rampaging robot. The girl didn't respond verbally but simply shook her head. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 bit his lip, assessing the rubble on her leg. It was just a large slab, and with his enhanced strength, he could easily lift it. She only needed to crawl. He inquired if she could move, but 𝗬𝗏𝗏 shook her head again, wincing in pain. She suspected her ankle was broken. This revelation sent 𝗧𝗂𝐁 into a panic as he glanced back at the zero-pointer, which was drawing closer. Without hesitation, he touched the slab and used his strength to gently push it off her leg. Once he ensured she was free, he lifted her in a bridal carry and dashed away, narrowly avoiding a massive fist that struck the ground where they had just been. When they reached a safer distance near the others, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 paused to look back at the zero-pointer, which was demolishing another building. He noticed more examinees running toward them, some stumbling over debris. Concern filled him as he looked down at 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who was still wincing and staring at the colossal robot. He faced a dilemma. He could flee as the zero-pointer continued its rampage, potentially injuring more students, or B. He could set 𝗬𝗏𝗏 down, confront the zero-pointer, and stop it from causing further destruction. Without a second thought, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 gently placed the injured girl down, earning a puzzled look from her. He offered her a reassuring smile before transforming into a cloud of smoke and racing toward the giant robot, ignoring 𝗬𝗏𝗏's shout behind him. He utilized the double air dash to evade a chunk of building that was hurled at him. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 landed in front of the massive robot and crouched down, preparing to execute a move he had only heard about but never practiced. As he crouched and charged up the orbital drop, the behemoth noticed him and swung its massive fists in his direction. Panic spread among the onlookers, including the U staff, except for Nizu and All Might, who recognized 𝗧𝗂𝐁's approach. Just as the robot's fist struck the ground where 𝗧𝗂𝐁 had been, 3 smoke balls swirled around the metallic limb before colliding with one another, revealing 𝗧𝗂𝐁 in midair. He tilted his body to descend, his fist extended toward the zero-pointer's head, activating his smoke thrusters for increased speed and power. When his smoke-covered fist connected with the zero-pointer, a tremendous explosion erupted, forcing the other examinees to shield their eyes from the blast. As the sound of clattering rubble and metal echoed, they uncovered their eyes to witness the aftermath. The once mighty robot lay shattered into pieces. Smoke enveloped the area as the remnants of the robot ignited. They remained transfixed by the destruction when the smoke began to swirl in a peculiar manner, as if being drawn in by a vacuum. After a solid 10 seconds, The smoke cleared, revealing 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 standing tall with his arms outstretched, glowing orange. Lowering his arms, he sighed in relief as President 𝗵𝗃's voice resonated throughout the city district, announcing that time was up. In another location, 𝗎𝗓 smiled as he observed the boy. He recognized that move and knew only one person who had executed it before. He reflected on the essential qualities of a hero, particularly the spirit of self-sacrifice, as he picked up 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗧's file and examined the boy's ID picture attached to it. Vlad King commented on the strong kid, earning nods of agreement from his colleagues. Midnight's cheerful voice rang out, claiming dibs, which prompted groans and sighs from the others. 𝗳𝗏𝗧𝗏, known as Eraserhead, merely shook his head, grumbling about the situation. 𝗎𝗓 remarked on 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗧 being a very intriguing student. He noted the boy's intelligence, strength, and kind nature, mentioning that he had received high praise from the principal of his school and maintained a clean record. President Mike entered the room just after Midnight spoke, asserting that 𝗧𝗑 would undoubtedly be in the hero course, given his impressive points and strong quirk. The others nodded in agreement, except for All Might and 𝗎𝗓. 𝗎𝗓 then stated that 𝗧𝗑 was quirkless, causing a tense silence to fall over the group. He inwardly smirked as he began counting down. 3, 2, 1. The group erupted in disbelief, covering their ears as President Mike and Midnight's voices filled the small room. 𝗎𝗓 chuckled at the incredulous expressions on their faces, wishing he had a camera. They questioned how someone quirkless could have demolished the zero-pointer, emphasizing that no quirkless individual could achieve such feats. Midnight pointed out the smoke abilities 𝗧𝗑 had displayed, insisting that it had to be a quirk. 𝗎𝗓 reiterated that the truth was 𝗧𝗑 was indeed quirkless, confirming it from his file, which he passed to Aizawa for verification. This revelation meant that 𝗧𝗑's powers were not a quirk. The room fell silent as they awaited 𝗎𝗓's next words, until Aizawa groaned, drawing their attention. He voiced his disbelief, prompting 𝗎𝗓 to smile wider as he confirmed the reality of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, it appeared there was a conduit in the exam. A week later, 𝗧𝗑 sat anxiously in his room, staring at the envelope containing the letter from you. It had just arrived a few minutes ago, and he hadn't moved an inch to peek at the letter before him. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, he found it amusing that he could demolish a robot the size of a skyscraper yet felt intimidated by a small letter. Although he had gained more confidence socially since meeting 𝗓𝗏, he was still 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗧, the same kid who had been suspended for breaking Katsuki Bakugo's nose and a former All Might fanboy. After 2 minutes of hesitation, he finally took the envelope and opened it. As he tilted it down, he was surprised to find a small yellow disc with a red letter, U, on top. Inspecting the disc, he noticed a small button on the side. Not sensing anything wrong, he pressed it, and a hologram appeared. His eyes widened at the sight of the figure in the hologram. In the streets of Mustafu, the sound of footsteps echoed as a figure leaped from building to building. The sun had not yet risen, but the figure executed flips and vaults over trash cans, ramps, and railings with remarkable precision and grace, enough to make even 𝗓𝗏 envious. As the figure performed a monkey vault over a railing, he landed lightly on the ledge of a building. Breathing slightly, he turned to face the rising sun, which gradually illuminated Japan. A smile spread across his face as he admired the view, unaware that the wind had caught his hoodie, revealing his forest green hair and matching eyes. This figure was 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗧, a conduit. An excited glint sparkled in his eyes as he gazed at the sun. Today marked his first day of class at high school, and to say he was excited would be an understatement. Ever since receiving the results from the entrance exam, he had been bubbling with enthusiasm. Who wouldn't feel that way when the person they admired most delivered their exam results? In a flashback, 𝗧𝗑 recalled staring at the projector with wide eyes. He had expected a pro hero from 𝗬𝗏 to present the results of his entrance exam, likely either President Mike or Midnight. Instead, he was greeted by his mentor, 𝗓𝗏, appearing as a hologram. 𝗓𝗏 greeted him with a wave, dressed in his usual white hoodie and denim vest. Before 𝗧𝗑 could respond, 𝗓𝗏 continued, reminding him not to stutter back like an idiot, as this was merely a recorded message from 𝗬𝗏. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 fought to suppress a blush. 𝗪𝚋 knew him well, even with their limited time together. 𝗪𝚋 then shifted to the scores, pulling out a card from his vest. He cleared his throat and announced that in the written test, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 scored 99 out of 100, placing first, closely followed by 𝗬𝐁𝐵𝐾𝐲 with 98.9%. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 couldn't help but smirk at the small revelation, knowing 𝗪𝚋 wasn't supposed to share that information. 𝗪𝚋 flipped the card to reveal more details. He explained that during the practical test, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had accumulated 71 villain points, enough to pass and secure second place, just behind 𝗬𝐁𝐵𝐾𝐲. A frown crossed 𝗧𝗂𝘁's face, but it quickly vanished when 𝗪𝚋 added that villain points weren't the only points considered in the exam. The screen shifted to two words that caught 𝗧𝗂𝘁's attention: rescue points. He read the words aloud before the scene transitioned to the exam, showing him saving a student from potential harm caused by the exam robots. Anger and irritation bubbled within him as he recalled how the students he saved had brushed him off, even accusing him of stealing their points. He whispered under his breath, feeling frustrated. The projection then showed him rushing to save Uraraka, who was nearly crushed by the zero-pointer, and bringing her to safety. It displayed him performing the orbital drop against the towering robot, resulting in a spectacular explosion. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 marveled at his own performance. It had been risky to attempt without practice, but he had succeeded and saved people in the process. Plus, it looked incredible, which was what mattered most. As he awaited the projection to return to 𝗪𝚋, his eyes widened when the scene changed to Uraraka in her school uniform, speaking with present mic. He was shocked to hear her offer to share some of her points with him for saving her, only for present mic to dismiss her offer, encouraging her to cheer up with the promise of a surprise for both of them. 𝗪𝚋 smiled fondly as he explained that the school awarded him points for his acts of heroism: 10 points for saving the student with grape hair, 10 points for saving the sleep-deprived boy, 20 points for rescuing the girl, and finally, 30 points for stopping the zero-pointer from causing further destruction and potentially harming other examinees. 𝗪𝚋 added that he would have given 𝗧𝗂𝘁 70 points for executing the orbital drop flawlessly, but since he didn't work at you, he couldn't. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 noticed 𝗪𝚋 pouting slightly, which made him sweat drop, reminding him of how childish his mentor could be. In the background, a voice chimed in, teasing 𝗪𝚋 about his performance. 𝗪𝚋 shot a glare in that direction, telling the voice to be quiet, while laughter followed. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 couldn't help but chuckle at the duo's antics. He missed them dearly. As he calculated the points, he realized he had accumulated a total of 71 rescue points. Adding that to the villain points, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had gained a total of 141 points. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did that mean he had ranked first? The announcement confirmed it. He not only topped the practical test but also surpassed 𝗬𝗋𝐻's personal record of 115 points. Great job. The screen displayed the rankings, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁's heart raced as he saw his name above Katsuki's. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 VP, 71, RP, 70 𝗬𝐁𝐵𝐾𝐲 VP, 77, RP, 0 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐵 𝗔𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗲 VP, 39, RP, 35 𝗬𝐻𝗂𝑐ℎ Uraraka VP, 20, RP, 45 𝐈𝐵 Shizuki VP, 36, RP, 32 𝐒𝐻𝗀𝗏 Kendo VP, 25, RP, 40 𝗬𝗏 Iida VP, 52, RP, 9 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 VP, 49, RP, 10 𝗵𝗃𝐻 𝗏𝗏 VP, 47, RP, 10 𝚤𝚬𝚀 𝐒𝐴𝑧 VP, 50, RP, 6. Seeing his name above Katsuki filled 𝗧𝗂𝘁 with a mix of pride and apprehension. He felt proud for defeating Katsuki in a measurable way, but he also dreaded the inevitable confrontation with the blonde the next day. It would require a lot of explaining on 𝗧𝗂𝘁's part. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts of Katsuki, he focused back on the hologram, which displayed 𝗪𝚋's face. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 smiled at his mentor and listened intently. 𝗪𝚋 congratulated him on passing the entrance exam and welcomed him to Hero Academia, stating he would be part of Class 1A in the heroics department. He encouraged 𝗧𝗂𝘁 to do his best and make an impact. However, 𝗪𝚋's message was interrupted by another voice, one that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 did not recognize. 𝗪𝚋's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he responded to the urgent call about a situation near the Empire State Building, expressing frustration that it was the same issue for the 7th time that week. He turned back to Izuku, wishing him good luck and expressing pride before the projector cut off. As the flashback ended, Izuku smiled at the memory. He rushed to his mother to share the news, only to find himself opening every window in their apartment to let out the flood of tears she shed in joy. How she managed to cry so much remained a mystery to him. Once they calmed down, 𝗏𝗏 prepared a large bowl of katsudon to celebrate his achievement, which he devoured with delight. Izuku leaped off the ledge of the building, landing gracefully thanks to his smoke dash. Free running had become a habit for him ever since 𝗓𝗏 introduced him to it. After learning and struggling to keep up with his mentor, Izuku made it a morning ritual to practice before sunrise, helping him maintain his skills and coordination while also providing a way to calm his mind. His thoughts inevitably turned to the problems caused by Katsuki Bakugo. As expected, the ash-blonde boy had a meltdown upon seeing the results of their entrance exam. After receiving congratulations from their homeroom teacher, Katsuki cornered Izuku, demanding to know how he had managed to cheat his way into you. Normally, Izuku would have brushed it off, but Katsuki's accusations about his intelligence and claims of Izuku stealing his glory struck a nerve. Frustrated, Izuku delivered a swift punch to Katsuki's gut, providing a much-needed reality check. He told Katsuki that he didn't care about his so-called glory and pointed out how absurd it was to think that the top hero school in Japan, could be so easily manipulated. With that, Izuku left Katsuki fuming on the ground, grumbling about quirkless individuals looking down on him. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts when his wristwatch began beeping. He glanced at it and realized it was almost time to prepare for school. With a quick smoke dash, he made his way home, careful to avoid detection by any patrolling heroes or police officers. He was excited about attending the first step toward becoming a hero, the first Conduit hero. Meanwhile, Shodaizawa, known as Eraserhead, sat comfortably on a sofa in the teacher's lounge, reviewing the files of his soon-to-be students, hoping they wouldn't get expelled on the first day. He was particularly focused on one student, Izuku Midoriya. After learning that Izuku was a conduit, and with Nizu confirming this to the staff, some faculty members pushed for his immediate expulsion. However, Nizu swiftly rejected that notion, assuring them that the boy would not pose a threat to the school. Despite lingering skepticism, some staff reluctantly agreed after Nizu warned them of the consequences if they touched Izuku. Aizawa found himself puzzled by Nizu's insistence on allowing a conduit into the school. Was it because of the boy's powers being similar to a certain hero? His thoughts were interrupted by the school bell ringing throughout the campus. Sighing, he stood up, placed the student files on the table, and exited the lounge, his trusty yellow sleeping bag in hand. He still had a class to teach, or perhaps expel. Whatever came first. As for Nizu's reasoning, Aizawa remained in the dark. But he would follow Nizu's orders, just as Nizu always said, "The rat god is always right," whatever that meant. Izuku hurried through the hallways of searching for Class 1A. He had arrived early after breakfast, changed into his uniform, and said goodbye to his mother. Upon entering the campus, he marveled at the school's beauty. As he navigated the halls, he noticed the absence of other students, likely due to the early hour or the first day of classes. He recalled that not many students arrived early on the first day, so he shrugged off the thought and continued his search. Upon reaching his classroom, he stared at the door for a moment before stepping inside. He was the first to arrive, which didn't surprise him. He walked to the back corner of the room and took the furthest spot near the window. Checking his phone, he noted that there were still 50 minutes before class began. Setting an alarm for 35 minutes, he allowed himself a brief nap, knowing he could use the rest. 34 minutes later, he was stirred awake by a commotion. Lifting his head slightly, he observed the source of the noise, his eyes twitching at the sight of two familiar figures. Katsuki Bakugo and a blue-haired boy from the entrance exam were causing a ruckus. The blue-haired boy stood beside Bakugo's desk while the blonde reclined with his feet propped up. Bakugo scoffed dismissively, showing no respect for the classroom atmosphere. The blue-haired boy introduced himself, stating he was Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High School. Bakugo's response was boastful, claiming that Ita's background only gave him more reason to defeat him. Ita appeared taken aback by Bakugo's bravado, while Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bakugo's predictable attitude. As Ita expressed his shock at Bakugo's words, Izuku tuned out the exchange, choosing instead to survey his classmates. He noticed a girl with two-toned hair, another with pink skin and cute horns, a boy with raven hair, a girl with vines for hair, and a girl with spiky red hair. One girl seemed familiar, but he couldn't place where he had seen her before. His attention was drawn back when a figure approached him. It was Ochako Uraraka, who greeted him enthusiastically, recognizing his distinctive green hair. He smiled back, pleased to see her. Suddenly, Ita interjected, looking disappointed as he introduced himself again and admonished Izuku for sleeping in class. Izuku, unfazed, simply replied with a blank expression, prompting Ita to comically fall to the floor. Laughter erupted from their classmates, and Izuku glanced around, spotting Katsuki glaring at him with disdain. As the class continued to chuckle at Ita's mishap, Izuku's gaze shifted to the door, which opened without anyone entering. He noticed something yellow on the ground and turned to Uraraka, who was helping Ita back to his feet. He suggested they return to their seats as the teacher had arrived. A voice called out from the doorway, commanding attention. The students turned to see a man in a yellow sleeping bag lying on the floor. He looked at them with a blank expression before chugging a juice box in one go. The sight left everyone bewildered. Once he crawled to the center of the classroom, he emerged from his sleeping bag and addressed the class. Excluding the green-haired boy at the back, he noted it took them 8 seconds to quiet down, expressing disappointment. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their new homeroom teacher, in a tired tone. The students exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe that this disheveled man was their teacher. Aizawa rummaged through his sleeping bag, and Izuku observed him closely, noting his black attire and the bandages around his neck. Aizawa produced gym uniforms, tossing them to Ita and instructing him to wear them immediately and head to the training grounds in 15 minutes. He distributed the remaining uniforms before leaving the room. After receiving his gym uniform, Izuku stood and made his way to the changing room, followed closely by his classmates. Once changed, they hurried to the training grounds, asking staff for directions along the way. Izuku sensed the cautious glances directed at him, a familiar discomfort washing over him as memories of bullying from middle school resurfaced. He fought back tears, recalling how Delsin had explained that conduits faced worse treatment than those without quirks. Shaking off the painful memories, he focused on following his classmates to the training grounds. Arriving just in time, Aizawa began the session. Now that everyone was present, the instructor announced that they would be conducting a quirk apprehension test. The entire class, except for Izuku, reacted with surprise, while he flinched slightly but remained focused on the man speaking, a raven-haired girl with a ponytail, and another girl with dual-toned hair. Uraraka expressed her confusion, questioning the absence of the entrance ceremony and the guidance counselor meeting. The instructor shrugged and explained that aspiring heroes had no time for leisure activities. He then addressed the class, highlighting UA's reputation for granting students freedom on campus, which also extended to the instructors. He gestured toward the field, where various gym equipment and mats were set up. He listed the physical activities: softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, gripping test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, and seated toe touch. These were familiar activities from middle school, where students had been prohibited from using their quirks. The instructor approached a basket filled with softballs and picked one up. Turning to Izuku, who tensed slightly before straightening, the instructor tossed the ball to him. Izuku caught it with one hand. The instructor inquired about Izuku's pitching distance in middle school, to which Izuku hesitantly replied that it was 56 meters. Unsure if it was actually, the instructor nodded and retrieved a device from his scarf, instructing Izuku to throw the ball using his quirk this time, as long as he stayed within the circle. Izuku noticed Katsuki smirking from the corner of his eye, and Katsuki scoffed, confident that Izuku would embarrass himself. This caught the attention of the class. Ita, curious, asked what Katsuki meant. Katsuki smugly claimed that Izuku didn't have a quirk. Ita challenged him, pointing out that he had seen Izuku defeat robots effortlessly with a smoke-based quirk. Uraraka added that Izuku could transform into smoke and had taken down a zero-pointer without difficulty. This revelation surprised most of the class, while the girl with the ponytail and the dual-toned girl looked puzzled by the mention of the zero-pointer. Katsuki frowned and glared at Uraraka and Ida, but his words were interrupted when he noticed Izuku's left arm and the softball glowing orange. Izuku, standing in the circle, tightened his grip on the ball, determined to prove Katsuki wrong. He assumed a pitching stance, activating his powers, which illuminated his left arm and the ball with an orange glow, shrouded in smoke. With a powerful motion, he threw the ball skyward. The force of the throw created a loud bang, breaking the sound barrier and startling the class. Most notably, a tall boy with 6 webbed arms and a face mask, along with a petite girl with earlobes resembling earphone jacks, were particularly affected by the sudden display. It took a solid 15 seconds for the ball to land on the ground. During this time, Aizawa's gaze shifted between Izuku and the device he held, somewhat impressed by the strength of the throw. For someone without a quirk, Izuku demonstrated remarkable control over his abilities. Aizawa was pulled from his thoughts when another explosion echoed across the field, this time not originating from Midoriya's direction. Bakugo, fueled by frustration, charged toward Izuku, using explosions from his palms to propel himself forward. Just as he was about to unleash his fury on the green-haired student, a strong strand of cloth halted him. He struggled against the binding, attempting to use his quirk to break free, only to realize it was ineffective. Bakugo's voice rose in anger as he demanded an explanation for his predicament. Meanwhile, a girl with vine-like hair regarded him with disdain, muttering about his inappropriate language while assuming a praying position. Aizawa, with a stern expression and glowing red eyes, addressed Bakugo, revealing that the binding was a special capture weapon made of a steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers. He then informed Bakugo that he had erased his quirk, causing the explosive teen to sweat nervously. Izuku's attention was captured by Aizawa's words. He observed the man restraining Katsuki and recalled rumors of an underground hero at U, known for expelling students on their first day. The ability to erase quirks confirmed for Izuku that this man was indeed the hero from the whispers, Eraserhead. Izuku quietly acknowledged this realization, loud enough for Aizawa to hear. The hero briefly regarded him before returning his focus to Bakugo, his crimson eyes piercing into the explosive teen's own. Aizawa made it clear that regardless of Bakugo's history with Midoriya, any attack on a fellow student would not be tolerated, and he would take action against bullying. After releasing Bakugo, he deactivated his quirk and turned his attention to Midoriya, who was watching intently. Aizawa expressed curiosity about how Izuku had managed to perform such a feat, given that his file indicated he was quirkless, just like Bakugo had claimed. He asked for an explanation, prompting Izuku to feel a wave of tension. He hadn't prepared for this exact situation and considered fabricating a story about having a quirk, but he knew Aizawa was adept at recognizing the truth. Lying would serve no purpose, and Aizawa's emphasis on the term quirk suggested he already suspected the truth. Izuku pondered why he felt the need to conceal his status as a conduit. Didn't he aspire to be the first conduit hero? The answer was simple: fear. Fear of rejection, fear of pain, fear of betrayal, and fear of solitude. He didn't want to face that again, not now, not when he was so close to becoming the hero he had always dreamed of being. Yet he knew he had to take risks. This was the only way to discover who would accept him for who he truly was. He longed to find those who would stand by him when he needed support, who would love him despite being a conduit. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. It was now or never. He declared himself a conduit, 3 simple words that felt like the most significant confession. It didn't feel bad to say it, but the fear lingered. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw the mixed reactions of his classmates. Curiosity, confusion, shock, disgust, anger, and even hatred filled their expressions. Some looked at him suspiciously, stepping away. Izuku sighed and turned away from their stares as he exited the circle. It was all starting again, just like in middle school. As he looked away, 2 figures lunged at him, Katsuki and Ida, both glaring fiercely. Katsuki was ready to throw a punch, while Ida prepared to kick. They shouted their disdain, but just as they were about to collide with him, 𝗧𝗂 transformed into smoke and evaded their attack, causing them to crash into each other instead. The class gasped at the display of aggression. Some were about to intervene when they saw 𝗧𝗂 slip away, leaving Katsuki and Ida to collide with a thud. The class winced at the sound of their impact. The two boys fell to the ground, clutching their injuries, Katsuki holding his head and Ida his stomach. Their pain was interrupted when Aizawa's bandages wrapped around them, pulling them together. The pro-hero approached, glaring at them. He issued a stern warning, stating that any further attacks on another student, whether they were quirk users, quirkless, or conduits, would not be tolerated. Katsuki and Ida groaned in response, acknowledging the warning. Aizawa then turned his attention to Katsuki, assigning him a week of detention. Katsuki scoffed but nodded begrudgingly. After releasing them with a warning glare, Aizawa faced the rest of the class and acknowledged 𝗧𝗂. He thanked 𝗧𝗂 for sharing his information and shifted the focus. Aizawa emphasized the importance of understanding their limitations, whether it was a quirk or any other power, as long as they learned to channel it effectively. He held up a device displaying 𝗧𝗂's score, causing the class to gasp in surprise. The score read 4,828.03 meters. The tense atmosphere shifted as excitement filled the room. Students expressed their enthusiasm, marveling at the distance. However, Aizawa's ominous tone cut through the excitement. He reminded them that they were there to become heroes, not just to have fun. The students began to sweat nervously as he introduced a new rule: the student with the lowest total points would be expelled. Shock rippled through the class at the thought of expulsion. Aizawa's grin hinted at the seriousness of their situation. He explained that natural disasters, accidents, and villain attacks could occur unexpectedly, and fairness was not a valid excuse. He expected them to face these challenges and rise to the top. 𝗧𝗂, feeling a surge of determination, prepared for his turn in the 50-meter dash. So far, the test had gone well for him. In the softball pitch, he had scored second, just behind Ochako, who had thrown the ball into the atmosphere. Katsuki followed in third place, visibly frustrated by his score. In the standing long jump, 𝗧𝗂 used his double air dash and smoke thrusters to soar through the air. Katsuki also cleared the jump, using his explosions to propel himself. 𝗧𝗂 noticed a girl with vine-like hair, Ibara Shiozaki, cleverly using her vines to walk to the end of the box. During the grip test, 𝗧𝗂 achieved a record of 218.1 kilogram, while Katsuki struggled, having destroyed 3 dynamometers in his frustration. A tall boy with 6 webbed arms, Mizo Shoji, impressed everyone with a score of 540 kilograms. In the repeated side steps, 𝗧𝗂 faced challenges, relying on his thrusters to keep up. Ida excelled in this test, using his engines to speed through the steps. Second place went to the grape-headed student, whose name 𝗧𝗂 didn't bother to learn, the one he had saved during the entrance exam. 𝗧𝗂 respected how the student used his unique abilities to his advantage. The seated toe touch and sit-ups felt easy for him. After 10 months of free running and parkour, his body had become much more flexible than before. 𝗧𝗂 enjoyed the distance run test. Thanks to his free running and parkour training, he had developed impressive stamina and endurance. His conduit abilities, which required minimal smoke to activate, like smoke dash, made him a stamina powerhouse. He placed second in this test, just behind Momo Yaoyorozu, the raven-haired girl with a ponytail who had created a skateboard with turbo engines. Katsuki Ida came in third, glaring intensely at 𝗧𝗂. Katsuki's voice dripped with disdain as he muttered something derogatory, snapping 𝗧𝗂 out of his thoughts. 𝗧𝗂 found himself at the starting line of the 50-meter dash, next to his childhood friend Katsuki, who was crossing his arms, clearly frustrated. As Aizawa started the timer, Katsuki propelled himself forward with explosions acting as thrusters. Midway through the field, a cloud of smoke rushed past him, with 𝗧𝗂 nearing the finish line first. Katsuki, determined, increased the power of his explosions to speed up. 𝗧𝗂, seeing this, executed a double air dash to cross the finish line just ahead of Katsuki, who looked exhausted as he followed closely behind. They both glanced at their results. Izuku's time was 3:44 seconds, while Katsuki's was 4:13 seconds. Izuku smiled at his performance and moved toward the group, leaving a frustrated Katsuki behind. He waited for Aizawa to announce the results. Aizawa cleared his throat to silence Katsuki's complaints and addressed the class. He pulled out a device from his scarf and pressed a button. His declaration caused some students to flinch. He explained that the total score was simply the sum of their individual scores and that he would present them all at once. A hologram appeared, displaying the rankings. First, Momo Yaoyorozu second, Shoko Todoroki third, Katsuki Bakugo fourth, Tenya Ida fifth, Ibara Shiozaki sixth, Fumikiage Tokoyami seventh, Mizo Shoji eighth, Masahiro Ojiro ninth, Eiji Kirishima 10th, Mina Ashido 11th, Ochako Uraraka 12th, Koji Koda 13th, Rikido Sato 14th, Tsuyu Azui 15th, Hanta Siro 16th, Denki Kaminari 17th, Kyoka Jiro 18th, Kami Utsushimi 19th, Minoru Mineta 20th. Izuku Midoriya, seeing the results, Izuku sighed and looked down, knowing he had come in last due to not having a quirk. He began to tremble visibly, and as Uraraka approached him, he shifted away from the group, causing her to frown. Aizawa noticed this and felt a twinge of sympathy for Izuku. He was relieved he wouldn't have to expel anyone this year, especially since Izuku had so much potential. Just as Aizawa was about to explain the true nature of the test, Izuku stepped forward, standing in front of him. To Aizawa's surprise, Izuku bowed and thanked him, stating he would take his leave. As he walked away, he wondered if Shiketsu or Ketsubutsu accepted conduits. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku observed the reactions of his classmates. Uraraka appeared disheartened, Momo looked disappointed but tried to hide it, the girl with red spiky hair seemed down for some reason, and the girl with frog-like features watched him with interest. The girl with unique earlobes glanced at him while twirling one of her fingers around her ear. Ida glared at him, though a hint of relief was visible on his face. The girl with two-toned hair regarded him blankly, and Katsuki wore a smirk that masked his anger. Izuku felt irritated by Katsuki's expression but chose to ignore it and continued walking away. Suddenly, bandages wrapped around his body, pulling him back to his spot. Confused, he looked at Aizawa, who wore a mischievous grin. Aizawa informed him that he was not expelled, revealing that the test had been a logical ruse designed to push them to their limits. The class erupted in disbelief, expressing their shock at Aizawa's revelation. Momo, with her hands on her hips, pointed out that it was obvious it had been a ruse all along. Aizawa instructed them to change back into their uniforms and collect the curriculum sheets from the classroom. Izuku lingered for a moment, staring at the spot where Aizawa had stood, clenching and unclenching his hands. He whispered to himself that it hadn't been a ruse, recalling how Aizawa had looked directly at him when discussing expulsion. Taking a deep breath, he turned away and headed to change back into his school uniform, unaware that Aizawa had deleted the fake results and pulled up the actual results of the quirk apprehension test. First, Izuku Midoriya second, Momo Yaoyorozu third, Shoko Todoroki fourth, Katsuki Bakugo fifth, Tenya Ida sixth, Ibara Shiozaki seventh, Fumikiage Tokoyami eighth, Mizo Shoji ninth, Masahiro Ojiro 10th, Eiji Kirishima 11th, Mina Ashido 12th, Ochako Uraraka 13th, Koji Koda 14th, Rikido Sato 15th, Tsuyu Azui 16th, Hanta Siro 17th, Denki Kaminari 18th, Kyoka Jiro 19th, Kami Utsushimi 20th. Minoru Mineta. Aizawa smirked as he reviewed the results, noting how different Izuku was from the usual conduits he encountered. He looked forward to teaching him how to become a hero. This year was sure to be interesting. While students chatted among themselves, Izuku Midoriya sat in the back corner of the room, gazing out the window. His chin rested on his palm as he gently tapped his fingers on the desk, replaying the events of that morning in his mind. His journey to 𝐸 had been typical, aside from a peculiar civilian who rambled about his son, Steven, claiming he was a failure and sending him to a higher power. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 had chosen to ignore the man until he started boasting about fighting a dinosaur with nunchucks in his youth and walking to school with one leg, leaving the other to handle business, whatever that meant. It had been quite bizarre. Class, however, was a different experience. If 𝗧𝗂𝐭 were to summarize his time at 𝐒𝐻𝐢 in just one day, he would say it was quite disappointing. No, it was definitely disappointing. After the quirk apprehension test, he felt as though he had been avoided like the plague. Even 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗃 seemed uncertain around him, which stung his heart. After 10 years of solitude, he had finally found someone who could be his first friend, someone who accepted him for who he was rather than what he was. But that hope had been dashed. Seeing her distance herself from him simply because he was a conduit hurt deeply. To make matters worse, Bakugo had become increasingly aggressive, his deadly glare suggesting he was ready to strike. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 sensed it, and if not for the threat of expulsion, the blonde would have likely confronted him alongside Ida, whose issue with 𝗧𝗂𝐭 remained a mystery. As for the staff, they masked their disdain well. Eraserhead, Present Mike, Lunch Rush, and Midnight seemed the most relaxed about his presence, while 𝗬𝗏𝗲 and Ectoplasm were somewhat skeptical. Among the faculty, Snipe appeared to have a significant issue with him being there. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 could feel it in the way Snipe pronounced his name, the way he watched him during class, and how he would call him out for the smallest things. It was frustrating, he was just scratching his head. The only bright spot in 𝗧𝗂𝐭's day came during lunch. After ordering a bowl of katsudon and a Sprite, he quickly found a 2-seater table by the cafeteria window and sat down. After offering a brief prayer of thanks for his meal, he began to eat. He had to admit, the katsudon was nearly as good as his mother's cooking, just a touch bland but still delicious. As he chewed, he glanced around for his classmates. Seeing them all gathered together caused a sigh to escape his lips. They looked happy, and he felt like he was back in middle school, but this time, he was being avoided for being a conduit. In other words, same situation, different reason. Shaking off the negative thoughts, he took another bite of his katsudon. At that moment, someone approached him. A girl with short, wavy chartreuse hair, adorned with pink specks and large round eyes, violet on top, teal on the bottom, and yellow in the center, stood before him, carrying a tray with a slice of salted caramel cheesecake and a cup of iced caramel macchiato. Ignoring the sweet tooth that stirred within him, 𝗧𝗂𝐭 offered her a small smile, which caused a hint of pink to bloom on her pale cheeks. She asked if the seat was taken, her nervousness evident as she fidgeted with her tray. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 mentally chided himself for staring too long. He assured her that the seat was free and gestured for her to sit down. As they ate in silence, 𝗧𝗂𝐭 couldn't help but glance at her. Halfway through his bowl, he stifled a chuckle. The girl was savoring her cheesecake, blissfully unaware of the crumbs that dotted her cheeks. It was both cute and amusing. When she noticed him looking, she asked if she could help him, confusion evident on her face. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 chuckled and pointed to his cheek, letting her know she had a bit of something there. Her face turned a bright shade of red as she hurriedly grabbed a napkin from her blazer pocket to wipe the crumb away. Apologizing profusely, she waved her hands in front of her, expressing her inability to control herself when eating caramel. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 found her awkwardness endearing, reminding him of his past self. He reassured her that it was no big deal, admitting he often made a mess when his mother cooked katsudon. He introduced himself as 𝗧𝗂𝐭 Midoriya, inviting her to call him either 𝗧𝗂𝐭 or Midoriya, whichever she preferred. She smiled and took his hand, introducing herself as Toru Hagakure. As they conversed, pairs of eyes from Class 1A observed them, revealing a mix of guilt, confusion, jealousy, indifference, and anger among his classmates. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂𝐭 was jolted from his thoughts by a loud voice that echoed through the classroom as the door swung open. He concealed a scowl at the sight of All Might, the #1 hero, bursting into the room in his iconic Silver Age costume. The sight was comical, with the hero leaning against the door frame, which looked absurd for someone of his stature. 𝗧𝗂𝐭 thought to himself that nothing about that entrance was normal. He shook his head and returned his gaze to the window, though he kept his ears tuned to what the pro might say. As his classmates marveled at All Might's presence, they failed to notice the hero looking directly at 𝗧𝗂𝐭 with a gentle expression. He felt a pang of sympathy, recalling the shattered expression of the boy without a quirk. He remembered what 𝗓𝗏 had told him. Was 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝑒 truly the perfect candidate for One for All? Did he truly miss out on a prodigy? Shaking off those thoughts, he marched to the front of the class. He greeted the students with enthusiasm, announcing that he would be teaching them the basics of heroics. The goal of the class was to build their hero foundation through various trials. As he flexed his muscles, he felt a bit foolish but couldn't shake off his nerves. This was his first time teaching after all. He was eager to begin and suddenly revealed a card with one word written on it: battle. The excitement in the room surged as he declared the start of the battle trials. One particular ash-blonde boy grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to look at Deku. He noticed that 𝗧𝗂 was not even paying attention to the number 1 hero, which puzzled him. Why wasn't he muttering his usual enthusiastic comments? Despite appearing distracted, 𝗧𝗂 was actually listening intently. It was hard to ignore a large, loud man shouting, especially when he had the option to speak normally. The ash-blonde boy shook his head as All Might continued. The hero revealed that they needed special equipment for the trials, and with the push of a button, several panels on the wall opened up, displaying 5 containers labeled from 1 to 20. All Might explained that they had prepared designs based on the requests the students had submitted to match their quirks. He paused, glancing at 𝗧𝗂, who caught his eye and nodded in acknowledgement. At least he didn't seem to dislike him. Clearing his throat to regain the class's attention, All Might instructed them to change into their hero costumes and meet him at ground beta before leaving the room. As soon as he exited, the class erupted from their seats, rushing to their hero costumes. 𝗧𝗂, who had remained seated, finally stood up and approached his designated case. He quickly grabbed the number 20 case and made his way to the changing room, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of wearing the costume 𝗓𝗏 had given him. All Might stood alone, fists on his hips, waiting for his students to emerge from the tunnel into ground beta. Hearing faint footsteps, his grin widened. He proclaimed that the costume makes the hero as the students began to appear from the shadows. He encouraged them to be proud, declaring that from this day forth, they were all considered heroes. However, he noticed one student was missing. He inquired about 𝗧𝗵𝗲's absence, prompting the class to look around. Before they could respond, a sizzling sound echoed from the tunnel, drawing their attention. Suddenly, smoke filled the area, and an impressive hooded figure landed in a crouch where the smoke cleared. The figure stood and removed the hood, revealing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in the costume 𝗓𝗏 had given him. He wore a dark forest green hoodie over a white t-shirt, a black denim vest with blue and red accents, black fingerless gloves, black denim jeans, and his usual red shoes, with a chain wrapped around his right wrist. The sight of him made many girls blush and caused some boys to glare, particularly Ida, Bakugo, and Mineta, each for their own reasons. As his classmates stared at him, 𝗧𝗂's gaze wandered over their costumes, and he struggled to hide his amazement. They looked incredible, just like heroes. However, he eyed the canisters on Bakugo's wrists with suspicion, knowing the explosive blonde was up to something. Shaking off the thought, he turned his attention to his female classmates, trying not to blush. Out of the 9 girls, only Shiozaki, Todoroki, and Jiraiya wore costumes that were not skin-tight or revealing. He did his best to avoid staring, looking up at the sky as if something interesting caught his eye, and walked to the front, diverting his gaze from his female classmates. They noticed his respectful demeanor and smiled, appreciating that someone knew how to respect a woman, while they glared at one specific individual. Mineta, however, was not as discreet, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming that the heroics department was the best. Once All Might saw that his class was complete, he cleared his throat to get their attention. He announced that it was time for the battle trials and added that every single one of them looked awesome, which lifted the spirits of the class. Even 𝗧𝗂 couldn't hide his happiness. Just as he was about to continue, a student clad in armor raised his hand, asking if they would be using the mock city from the entrance exam. 𝗧𝗂 recognized him as Ida. All Might corrected him, stating that they would be engaging in indoor, anti-personnel combat training. He explained that while villains often commit crimes outdoors, many heinous acts occur indoors, such as imprisonment and the black market. He chuckled lightly, though the students felt a chill at his tone. With a smile, he informed them that they would be separated into villain and hero teams for a 2-on-2 battle. 𝗬𝗓𝗎𝗓, a girl with frog features, interrupted to ask about basic training. All Might assured her that this was indeed basic training. Only this time, there wouldn't be any robots to defeat. The frog girl nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to continue with the instructions, a flurry of questions bombarded him. Students wanted to know how winners and losers would be determined, if they could eliminate someone, whether there was a chance of expulsion, and how they would be divided into teams. One student even commented on their outfit, while another expressed concern about not being able to hear if everyone spoke at once. He shook his head, then pulled out a crib sheet from his utility belt, prompting a snort from Izuku. He explained that the hero team would win by either capturing both villains or retrieving the bomb, while the villains would win by capturing both heroes or when time ran out. He firmly stated that there would be no killing, casting a stern glance at Bakugo, who looked away with an annoyed sound. There would be no expulsion in his class, he reassured Uraraka. Teams would be formed by drawing lots, and he complimented Utsushimi on her costume, which earned nods from the students. Ida expressed disbelief about the process, and Izuku sighed before clarifying that this was meant to simulate real situations where heroes often had to team up with others they didn't know well. The room fell silent as the students absorbed this information. Izuku raised an eyebrow at their expressions, questioning what was wrong. Before Ida could respond, All Might interjected, affirming Izuku's point about the importance of being prepared for unexpected team-ups. After a few minutes of drawing lots, the teams were announced. Team A consisted of Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B was Shoko Todoroki and Mezu Shoji. Team C was Hantashiro and Minoru Mineta. Team D was Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E was Mina Ashido and Kami Utsushimi. Team F was Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Team G was Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiraiya. Team H was Momo Yaoyorozu and Ibara Shiozaki. Team I was 𝗬𝗓𝗎𝗓 and 𝗵𝗔𝗫 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗧, and Team J was Eiji Kirishima and Masahiro Ojiro. Uraraka smiled at Izuku, encouraging him to do their best together. Izuku nodded, still avoiding looking at her outfit. All Might then announced the pairs for combat training, declaring that Pair A would be heroes while Pair D would be villains. The teams perked up, glancing at one another. When Izuku and Katsuki's eyes met, Izuku noticed the smirk on the blonde's face. He stood there, blankly staring at Bakugo before smiling and making a peace sign with his fingers, cleverly hiding a gesture that might have been interpreted differently. Judging by the anger flashing in Bakugo's eyes, Izuku knew he had been seen. Izuku smirked to himself, thinking it was too easy. He then focused on All Might, who explained that the villains would enter the building first, followed by the heroes after 5 minutes. Everyone else would watch through surveillance cameras. This setup would allow the villain team to strategize. All Might encouraged them to give it their all without fear of injury, but added that he would intervene if things escalated. Bakugo, ignoring the warning, stormed into the building. Ida glanced back at Uraraka to wish her luck but shot a glare at Izuku as he followed Bakugo inside. Izuku sighed, studying the building layout All Might had provided. He quickly realized the vents were interconnected, and a plan formed in his mind. He turned to his teammate, who was still examining the map. He called out to Ochako, who looked at him in surprise. He asked her about her quirk before sharing his plan. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor with the villain team, Ida inspected the fake bomb, grumbling to himself about the discomfort of playing a villain. He reminded himself that their goal was to defend the bomb. He then recalled their opponents, feeling a sense of urgency. He mentioned to Bakugo that they were up against Uraraka and Midoriya, both of whom had performed well during the entrance exam. Before he could elaborate, Katsuki interrupted with a plan of his own. He suggested that Ida guard the bomb while he took on Midoriya, then stormed out of the room, leaving Ida frustrated and trying to convince him to cooperate. As Katsuki exited, he wore a scowl, feeling betrayed that Midoriya had hidden his abilities. He clenched his fists, vowing to confront him. In the viewing room, All Might and Class 1A waited for the 5-minute mark, observing their classmates strategizing. Denki broke the silence, speculating on which team would win. Mineta chimed in, believing the villains had the advantage due to the bomb's location. Mina reminded them not to underestimate Uraraka and Midoriya, recalling Midoriya's impressive performance in the entrance exams. The room turned to her, acknowledging her point. He was the one who easily defeated the zero-pointer in their section, Mezu Shoji, a tall young man with 6 webbed arms, stated. This revelation caused the others to widen their eyes, while Yaoyorozu and Todoroki looked on in confusion. The mention of the zero-pointer left them puzzled. As they stood there in shock, the timer rang, and All Might shouted for the hero team to begin. At that moment, Bakugo propelled himself forward with incredible speed. Ida started clearing away rocks in the room, which left everyone baffled. Uraraka took the stairs on the side of the building, and Izuku dashed toward an exposed vent. Suddenly, he transformed into smoke and entered the vent, leaving the class blinking in surprise. Could he really do that? All Might encouraged them to strategize as he pulled out a pad of paper, wishing everyone good luck. Katsuki had been searching the 3rd and 4th floors since All Might called for the start, but he hadn't spotted Deku anywhere. Now on the 2nd floor, he wondered if the green-haired boy was foolish enough to enter from the 1st floor. His thoughts were interrupted when smoke billowed from the vent in front of him, and a chain-covered fist struck his cheek, sending him tumbling backward. He landed on his feet, gritting his teeth as he felt the sting of his bruised cheek and glared at the person before him. His expression turned to one of anger when he recognized his attacker. Deku stood there, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, a smirk forming on his face. Katsuki was furious that Deku was alone while he had left his teammate with the bomb. He yelled that he didn't need anyone's help to put Deku in his place and charged at him, vowing to blow him away. As he swung a right hook, he expected to land a hit, but was shocked when Izuku effortlessly grabbed his arm and lifted him off the ground. What was happening? Did this kid just read him? Katsuki thought in disbelief. With a swift motion, Izuku threw Katsuki to the floor with a judo throw. The impact left a small crater beneath him, and a bit of spit escaped his mouth. Izuku calmly noted that he had seen Katsuki use the same attack repeatedly, even recalling when he had broken his nose months ago. He explained that he didn't just analyze heroes. He had studied Katsuki and everyone from Aldera since childhood. As Izuku unwrapped the chain from his wrists, it began to glow orange, indicating his readiness for battle. He declared that there was nothing about Katsuki that he couldn't read. Katsuki, now infuriated, shouted that he was really angry. Just then, Ida's voice crackled through the device on his neck guard, asking for updates. Katsuki, still glaring at Izuku, cut off Ida's inquiry, telling him to guard the bomb. Meanwhile, Eiji Kirishima anxiously asked All Might why there was no sound coming from the footage, her worry evident. All Might reassured her that teammates could communicate through wireless transceivers and had a rough sketch of the building. He explained that capture tape would signify when an opponent was considered captured. Ashido pointed out that with only 15 minutes left, the heroes were at a significant disadvantage. Suddenly, Mineta shouted that Bakugo was on the move, drawing everyone's attention to the screen. They watched as Bakugo propelled himself forward, preparing to attack. Izuku readied himself to block, but Bakugo pushed off the ground, launching himself above Izuku and attempting to kick him. However, Izuku's chain wrapped around his arms, thwarting the attack. Izuku exclaimed that he had caught Bakugo, who realized too late that his foot was entangled in capture tape. In a moment of desperation, Katsuki prepared an explosion in his palm and aimed for Izuku's face, but Izuku rolled out of the way just in time. The audience was amazed at how quickly Izuku reacted to Bakugo's rapid assaults. After regaining his footing, Izuku swiftly unwrapped his chain and struck at Bakugo, who barely dodged the attack. The battle continued, with Izuku evading Bakugo's explosive blasts while trying to avoid damaging his own chains. As he dodged another explosion, Izuku launched a smoke shot in Bakugo's direction, catching him off guard. Katsuki rolled aside to avoid the smoke ball but was met with a kick to the face that sent him staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku charged at him, unwrapping his chain as he closed the distance. Just as he swung, Bakugo attempted to block, but in doing so, he neglected the canisters on his wrists. The chain struck one of the canisters, triggering an explosion that sent both teens flying back. Thinking quickly, 𝗧𝗂 flipped onto his feet, shaking off the disorientation from the blast. Katsuki, however, was thrown against the wall, leaving an imprint of his body in the concrete. 𝗧𝗂 quickly noticed the burn marks on the blonde's left wrist, confusion swirling in his mind. Uraraka's voice echoed through his transceiver, asking what had happened after hearing a loud explosion. He reassured her that it was just an accident and inquired if she had found the bomb. She confirmed it was on the 5th floor but mentioned that Ida had found her. 𝗧𝗂 could hear Ida's enthusiastic laughter, prompting him to sweat slightly. He thought to himself that Ida was really getting into it. Sneaking glances at the blonde, he asked Uraraka for her location, to which she replied that she was on the far east side of the building. 𝗧𝗂's gaze shifted to his shadow, which was heading straight toward Katsuki. He quickly deduced that Uraraka was directly above his opponent. Before he could respond, Katsuki began to chuckle darkly, whispering to himself about the situation. He lifted the arm still adorned with a bracer, ready for action. Katsuki explained that his explosions were fueled by the sweat on his palms, which contained nitroglycerin. A smirk spread across his face, making 𝗧𝗂 tense. Katsuki continued, revealing that the previous explosion had only contained 25% sweat, but this one would be different. Realizing what Katsuki intended, 𝗧𝗂 activated his smoke dash, propelling himself toward the blonde. All Might, who had caught on to Katsuki's plan, shouted through the transceiver, warning him not to proceed. Katsuki retorted that the outcome depended on whether 𝗧𝗂 could dodge. Just as he pulled the pin, 𝗧𝗂 appeared in front of him, absorbing the explosion. As smoke and dust enveloped the area, Katsuki grinned maniacally, reveling in the explosion's aftermath. In a moment of reckless bravado, he began taunting 𝗧𝗂, declaring himself superior. However, his boast was abruptly interrupted when something struck his bracer, shattering it. Startled, he looked up through the smoke only to be hit by a glowing chain twice, followed by a forceful impact to his chest that sent him crashing against the wall. Grunting in pain, he peered through the smoke, which began to swirl as if being drawn in. As the smoke cleared, 𝗧𝗂 emerged, covered in soot and orange particles. Katsuki was bewildered. He had been certain the explosion would have severely injured 𝗧𝗂. The same confusion was mirrored in the viewing room. While Katsuki grappled with his thoughts, 𝗧𝗂 activated his transceiver, whispering to Uraraka to confirm if she could hear him. After a brief response, he asked if there was a vent nearby. Uraraka took a moment before confirming its location near Ida. Nodding to himself, 𝗧𝗂 calculated the timing for his plan. He instructed Uraraka to run toward the bomb when he said go, and she confirmed her understanding. With determination, he prepared the capture tape, concealing it behind him. His eyes shifted to Katsuki, who was starting to recover from his shock, evident from the scowl on his face. 𝗧𝗂 smirked, acknowledging that Katsuki's last attack had been impressive but ultimately ineffective. He subconsciously readied a sulfur bomb to throw at Katsuki. Katsuki gritted his teeth as an explosion erupted from his palms, shouting at 𝗧𝗂 to silence him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he launched an explosion to intercept a smoke ball 𝗧𝗂 had thrown, only to be blinded by its dark smoke. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗧𝗂 executed his smoke dash, passing through the blinded Katsuki and using vent dash to enter the vent behind him. Before departing, he called out for Uraraka to move. Katsuki, recovering from his blindness, noticed the capture tape rapidly approaching him from both sides. He attempted to evade, but the tape ensnared him, pulling him against the wall with a loud thud that knocked him out cold. All Might's voice resonated through the speakers, announcing that Katsuki Bakugo had been captured. Uraraka, hearing the signal, activated her quirk and sprinted toward the bomb. As anticipated, Ida rushed to intercept her. The announcement of Katsuki's capture caused Ida to hesitate. Uraraka smiled at him as she continued toward the bomb, but Ida quickly regained focus, preparing to stop her. Suddenly, smoke erupted from the vent beside him, revealing 𝗧𝗂, who struck at his shins, causing Ida to fall to the ground. As Ida attempted to rise, he felt a foot press against the back of his head, and with a swift motion, his helmeted head met the concrete floor, plunging his vision into darkness. The announcement echoed that the bomb had been secured, declaring victory for the hero teams. 𝗧𝗂 was suddenly tackled to the ground by a blur of brown and pink. Uraraka, filled with excitement, exclaimed their victory as she squeezed him tightly. 𝗧𝗂 struggled to maintain his composure amidst the sudden embrace. He stuttered, asking her to let go, but she was too caught up in the moment. Realizing their position, Uraraka jumped off him, her face flushed. She began apologizing frantically. Amused by her reaction, 𝗧𝗂 chuckled, assuring her it was all right and that he was merely surprised. He stood up, dusting himself off, and smiled at her, suggesting they head out to receive their ratings from All-Might as medic bots entered the room to attend to Ida. As they made their way out, Uraraka caught sight of Katsuki tied up in a vent, unconscious. Staring at him, realization struck her. 𝗧𝗂 had swiftly maneuvered from the second floor to the fifth to capture Bakugo. He was truly remarkable. Where did that come from? 𝗧𝗂 remained unaware of the blush on her face as they exited the building to head to the viewing room. A newfound respect for the green-haired Conduit blossomed within her, perhaps even something deeper. The loud voice of All Might echoed throughout the viewing room, announcing that the MVP of the match was young Midoriya. 𝗧𝗂 and Uraraka stood side by side in front of their classmates. Ida and Bakugo were supposed to be next to them, but Bakugo needed healing while Ida was unconscious. Before All Might could explain further, Yaoyorozu raised her hand. She confidently stated that Ida should be the MVP. This bold assertion drew the attention of the class, particularly 𝗧𝗂, who raised an eyebrow before glancing at the screen, focusing on the second floor. All Might, intrigued, asked Yaoyorozu to elaborate. She cleared her throat and began, noting that Ida was the only one fulfilling his role correctly during the battle trial. While Uraraka had quickly located the bomb, she had also become distracted, which could be detrimental in real-life situations, especially during espionage missions. This caused Uraraka to lower her gaze, feeling disheartened. Yaoyorozu continued, pointing out that Bakugo's actions were driven by personal grudges, making them arbitrary. She criticized the recklessness of launching a large-scale attack in an indoor arena. Then she glanced at 𝗧𝗂, who remained focused on the screen, and declared that Midoriya's performance had been the worst. This made 𝗧𝗂 blink and furrow his brows, his emotions evident in the slight twitch of his eye and clenched fists. Yaoyorozu remarked that, like Bakugo, Midoriya had been motivated by personal grudges. Although his plan to capture the villains and secure the objective was clever, his decision to initiate a large explosion was reckless and overconfident. Her words struck a nerve, prompting 𝗧𝗂 to interrupt her sharply. He expressed his understanding of her judgment regarding his grudge against Bakugo, emphasizing that he had endured bullying for years before becoming a conduit. He continued, acknowledging that his choice to create a point-blank explosion was indeed foolish and reckless, but he firmly denied being overconfident. He then requested All Might to replay the footage of the first explosion, speaking respectfully despite his agitation. All Might complied, replaying the video. After the explosion, he paused the footage to highlight the damage on the second floor, where cracks and partially destroyed walls were visible. He reminded the class that the damage was caused by only a quarter of Bakugo's canisters being filled. The students' eyes widened in realization. Yaoyorozu questioned why 𝗧𝗂 hadn't evaded the attack if he knew the potential consequences. He hesitated before responding, explaining that he had a degree of immunity to explosions and that it was a choice between his safety or that of everyone in the building. This revelation left the room in confusion. All Might clarified that 𝗧𝗂 meant he would have prevented the explosion from harming others in a real-life scenario. 𝗧𝗂 compared the situation to a game of Jenga, where removing a block from the center could cause the entire tower to collapse. Ishido quickly grasped the analogy, realizing the implications. The rest of the class followed suit, looking at 𝗧𝗂 with newfound respect. 𝗧𝗂 nodded, affirming their understanding before returning to his spot, leaving his classmates in shock. All Might praised 𝗧𝗂 for his quick thinking under pressure, highlighting that he had not only devised a plan to secure the objective and capture the villains but had also prevented numerous casualties. He ruffled 𝗧𝗂's hair, causing the boy to blush and nod in acknowledgement. For the first time in class, 𝗧𝗂 wore a genuine smile. The students marveled at how someone could be both cool and intimidating yet so endearing. Todoroki scrutinized him, while Yaoyorozu gazed at him with awe and curiosity, pondering who Izuku Midoriya truly was. As the chapter concluded, Izuku expected to see students entering UA at this time of day, even anticipating potential villain attacks due to their status as a hero school. However, he was taken aback by the crowd of reporters gathered at the entrance. Observing the scene, he noticed the reporters cornering students with relentless questions, even causing a beast-like student in sunglasses to step back. As he approached the crowd, he began to hear the questions being asked and the responses from some of his classmates. Izuku observed some of his classmates being interviewed. He stifled a yawn at the lengthy explanation Ida was giving the reporters, who seemed uninterested and soon moved on from the engine user. Engrossed in the responses of his peers, Izuku didn't notice a reporter approaching him from behind. The reporter, a young woman with a slender build and dark brown hair styled in a smooth ponytail, called out to him, asking if he was a hero course student and if she could ask him a few questions. Turning to face her, Izuku noticed her dark gray eyes sparkling with eagerness and her wide grin. He blinked in surprise, pointing to himself in disbelief. When she nodded and the cameras were directed at him, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Glancing at his phone, he saw he still had 30 minutes before homeroom began and decided to go along with it. His response made the reporter's smile grow even wider. She stepped closer, microphone in hand, and asked for his thoughts on having the symbol of peace teaching at their school. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. He expressed that while he felt honored to learn from the #1 hero, he believed it might not be wise for him to teach heroics at UA. The reporters and other students around him looked at him in disbelief, as if he had just made an absurd statement. One of the reporters pressed him to elaborate. Izuku explained that the safety of all students, regardless of their course, could be compromised. He pointed out that All Might's presence would likely attract villains, which could put them all at risk. His words sparked confusion among the crowd, and he sighed at their expressions. He added that interviewing students taught by All Might would only make them bigger targets in the future, but he shrugged it off and began to walk toward the entrance. As he approached, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something was amiss. Looking back at the crowd, he spotted a figure standing ominously at the other end of the street, behind the reporters. Just as he was about to investigate further, the entrance barrier suddenly dropped in front of him. A voice called out to him from behind. It was his homeroom teacher, who looked as weary as ever. He urged Izuku to hurry, as homeroom was about to start. Izuku replied with a hint of uncertainty, still feeling the weight of their previous conversation, especially after the threat of expulsion. As he walked past his teacher, he recalled the suspicious figure he had seen and decided it was worth mentioning, regardless of whether his teacher would take him seriously. He described the person he had spotted and expressed his unease, hoping his teacher would keep an eye on the situation. Aizawa met his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Izuku returned the gesture and used his smoke dash to move quickly away. Aizawa remained focused on the spot where Midoriya had been standing, his thoughts interrupted by the sound of someone banging on the steel barrier. He grumbled to himself, recalling Midoriya's warning. He felt a sense of unease about the barrier being up and decided it would be wise to inform Nizu. As he reached for his phone, a text notification caught his attention. Nizu's message informed him that Myheroacademia was on his way to enhance security. Aizawa stared at the message in disbelief, then sighed and turned to head to his class. He knew Nizu always seemed to be aware of everything happening at UA, though he had no idea how the principal managed it, and he preferred not to know. As he walked back, another notification chimed in. It was another message from Nizu, and Aizawa's eyes twitched at the content. He decided he really didn't want to know what was happening. When Izuku entered the classroom, he was met with a multitude of curious stares. Some classmates looked at him with intrigue, while others displayed skepticism. The most notable reactions came from Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo, who regarded him with scrutiny, annoyance, and anger, respectively. Izuku was puzzled by Todoroki's expression. He understood the reactions from Ida and Bakugo, but Todoroki's confusion was a mystery. Was it because he was a conduit? Was it due to his performance in their last match, where he had emerged relatively unscathed? Or was it because he had declared that the MVP of their match was not her? Given her performance, it seemed inevitable. In the previous day's battle trials, Shoko Todoroki had teamed up with Mezu Shoji as the heroes against the villain team of Mashirao Ojiro and Eiji Kirishima. The match began with Shoji gathering information using his quirk. After relaying the villain's location to Todoroki, she froze the entire building, trapping not only the villains but also the bomb. Confident in her victory, she instructed her teammate to stay outside while she approached the bomb. However, she had underestimated her opponents. Kirishima used his hardening quirk to break free from the ice encasing him and Ojiro, waiting for the heroes to enter the room. As soon as Todoroki stepped inside, she was met with a powerful punch and was quickly captured by Ojiro. Shoji, blocked by the ice, was unable to assist his partner in time. With the villains winning, they lined up for evaluation alongside Izuku and Uraraka. Izuku spoke up, declaring Kirishima the MVP of the round and explaining that the hero team should have worked together to prevent the villains from escaping the ice trap. Izuku expressed his frustration over Todoroki's decision to freeze the entire building. He pointed out that if a real bomb had been affected by that ice, the risk of it exploding and endangering everyone inside was significant. He also highlighted the complications the ice would create for both the villains and the civilians, especially in a hostage situation. He glanced at the red-haired student, who was blushing, and acknowledged that Kirishima deserved the MVP title for successfully helping herself and her teammate escape the trap and for executing a flawless capture despite the icy conditions. With All Might's endorsement, Kirishima was named the MVP, much to the annoyance of the half-cold, half-hot user. Throughout the day, she directed scrutinizing glances at Izuku, who shrugged off the attention as he made his way to his seat. It was too early for him to let the stairs bother him. As he settled in, Izuku was about to rest his head for a quick nap when Aizawa entered the classroom, prompting immediate silence. Aizawa noticed the quiet and let out a huff, acknowledging their improvement. He then addressed the class, hoping they had all recovered from the previous day's battle trial. He placed a stack of papers on the podium and surveyed the students, mentioning that he had reviewed their performance evaluations from All Might. A wave of nervousness swept through the class at his words. His gaze landed on a certain blonde student, and he admonished Bakugo to stop behaving childishly and to start acting more maturely. He warned Bakugo that if it weren't for All Might's rule preventing his expulsion, he wouldn't still be in the class. Bakugo opened his mouth to retort but fell silent under Aizawa's intense glare, which was enhanced by his quirk. Aizawa then announced that Bakugo's bracers would be confiscated until after the sports festival, emphasizing that this was his last chance. Bakugo grumbled in agreement. Aizawa's attention shifted to Mineta, who flinched under his gaze. He warned Mineta that if he continued his inappropriate behavior, he would be expelled from you. Mineta nodded vigorously in response. Aizawa then addressed Todoroki, advising her not to overuse her quirk, as overconfidence could lead to trouble. He received only a nod in reply, which prompted a sigh from him. His gaze then fell on Izuku, who had his head resting on his desk but was still attentive. Aizawa cautioned Izuku against taking unnecessary risks, such as tanking an explosion, while acknowledging that he had performed well otherwise. Izuku nodded and yawned, which earned him an eye twitch from Aizawa. Amused by the reaction, Izuku silently acknowledged Aizawa's words. Aizawa cleared his throat and transitioned to the homeroom announcements, stating that he had something important to discuss. His serious tone caused the students to sweat nervously, wondering what he might say. After a moment, Aizawa revealed that they needed to select a class representative. This announcement sparked excitement in the class, with students eagerly raising their hands to nominate themselves. Kirishima exclaimed his longing to be class president, while Mineta chimed in with a humorous manifesto. Mina enthusiastically declared her interest, and Utsushimi expressed her confidence in the role. Bakugo demanded to be considered as well, but Ida's authoritative voice cut through the chaos, reminding everyone that the position came with significant responsibility. He emphasized that a true leader would emerge through a democratic process, which required the trust and esteem of their peers. Izuku rolled his eyes at Ida's theatrics, thinking that he could have simply stated his own longing for the position. Tsuyu interjected, pointing out that it was too early for them to have developed trust among each other, while Kirishima noted that everyone would likely vote for themselves. Ida insisted that the person with the most votes would be the right choice for the role. He turned to Aizawa, who was already settling into his sleeping bag, and asked for his approval. Aizawa shrugged, indicating that he didn't mind how they went about it, as long as they reached a decision before homeroom ended. Ida distributed sheets of paper for the students to write their votes. As Izuku received his paper, he began to ponder who would be the best candidate. He scanned the classroom, quickly dismissing Bakugo as a choice since they needed a leader, not a tyrant. His focus shifted to Ida and Yaoyorozu, both of whom exhibited strong leadership qualities. While Yaoyorozu was wise and composed, Ida was strict, which sometimes rubbed Izuku the wrong way. Ultimately, he decided that Yaoyorozu would be the best fit for the role, partly to annoy Ida. After writing her name on the paper, Izuku placed his vote into the fish tank designated for counting. He leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the desk and his cheek on his forearms, gazing out the window as a bird landed on the sill. He smiled at the little creature before lowering his head for a nap, knowing that the class president would soon be elected. He was also aware of one thing: he wouldn't be the one chosen. After all, why would anyone vote for him? Later, Izuku was astonished to learn that he had received 2 votes. The results of the voting revealed that he had become the class vice representative of Class 1A, while Yaoyorozu had secured the position of class representative with 4 votes. His surprise was palpable as he had intentionally voted for someone else, not wanting the position himself. It felt like sheer luck, much to Bakugo's irritation and Ida's disappointment. Uraraka, with her mouth full of rice, asked if he hadn't voted for himself. Izuku confirmed that he had not. Izuku expressed his support for Yaoyorozu while enjoying his meal. Uraraka, looking puzzled, asked if he was serious. He nodded, lowering his chopsticks, and explained that he believed she had the maturity and presence to be the class representative, noting her intelligence and top score on the quirk apprehension test. He sighed, glancing out the cafeteria window, wondering why anyone would vote for him. Uraraka revealed that she had voted for him, believing he would excel in the role, and praised his planning skills. A voice chimed in from behind, and Izuku turned to see Toru, smiling and carrying a tray of food, asking if she could join them. Ochako welcomed her with enthusiasm, inviting her to sit beside her. As Toru settled in, she faced Izuku, who looked at her with curiosity. She confidently stated that she believed he was suited to lead their class. Toru shared that she had heard about the battle trials and was impressed by his ability to strategize under pressure. After class, Izuku had walked with Ochako to the station, introducing her to Toru. He noticed a spark of connection between them, which quickly turned into friendly conversation filled with stories. When they discussed their quirks, Toru amazed them by turning invisible. Izuku pointed out that her ability was actually light refraction, which excited her and prompted her to update her quirk entry. When it was Izuku's turn to share about his quirk, he hesitated, worried that revealing his conduit status might make Toru uncomfortable. However, her enthusiastic reaction to meeting a conduit eased his concerns. She expressed her admiration for 𝗫𝗀𝗻𝗄, a hero she greatly admired. Izuku contemplated revealing his connection to 𝗫𝗀𝗻 but decided to keep that information for another time. Ochako reminded him of his bravery during an explosion, noting how it seemed like they were in a poorly written fanfiction. Just then, the cafeteria's atmosphere shifted as a sudden chill swept through the room, leaving everyone puzzled. Izuku, feeling uncertain about his suitability for the class representative role, whispered to himself. Both Ochako and Toru heard him and were about to respond when a loud alarm blared throughout the cafeteria, startling everyone. The announcement warned of a security breach, prompting chaos as students rushed toward the exits. Izuku overheard a senior explaining that a security level 3 meant someone had infiltrated the school. He recalled a suspicious figure he had seen earlier that day, realizing it might be connected. As the crowd pushed him, Toru, and Ochako toward the window, Izuku found himself in an awkward position, his arms on either side of the girls' heads. Both girls blushed, with 𝗬𝗧𝗪 turning bright red while Toru turned invisible in embarrassment. Izuku looked away, feeling a flush of his own. Suddenly he noticed the source of the commotion, the press. Present Mike and Eraserhead were struggling to manage the reporters trying to breach the area. Kirishima and Mina were also caught in the crowd, urging everyone to calm down. Frustrated by the panic around him, Izuku couldn't understand why his classmates were so afraid, especially in a school filled with heroes. Unable to contain his frustration, he attempted something he had only seen Delsin do with smoke. He ran along the walls using his smoke ability, a technique he called smoke running, though he felt it needed a better name. Despite feeling a bit unsteady, he pressed on. As he neared the exit, he leaped into the air, using his smoke thrusters to propel himself toward the exit sign. With a loud clang, he landed on the pipes and sign, taking a deep breath before addressing the crowd. He called for everyone to calm down, his voice booming enough to silence the chaos. He pointed out that they were being trained by pro heroes and should act like it. He urged them to move to their designated evacuation sites and reassured those who were injured to seek Recovery Girl. As the crowd began to disperse, embarrassed by their earlier panic, Izuku jumped down to join his friends. Toru and 𝗬𝗧𝗪 praised him for his actions, calling him cool, and he felt a sense of pride in having helped restore order. Izuku brushed off the comments, a slight blush coloring his cheeks as he expressed that he wouldn't be worthy of being the class vice representative if he didn't contribute. He smiled at his classmates, turning away without noticing the blushes on the faces of the two girls nearby, who thought he was so cool. As they walked together, a girl with ash blonde hair, styled with bangs and 2 strands framing her face, looked at Izuku with admiration and interest. Another girl with dark moss-green hair called out to her, urging her to join. The girl, now identified as Toga, cheerfully agreed, glancing back at Izuku. She thought to herself that he seemed cute and hoped he would agree to be her friend, perhaps even more. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo was also watching Izuku, his expression a scowl as he thought about proving himself against him. As the bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint USJ began, Ida slumped in his seat, feeling downcast about his failed attempts to organize the class. While the others chuckled at his misfortune, Izuku sat quietly between Rikido Sato and Tsuyu Azui, arms crossed and eyes unfocused. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding about the USJ visit, a feeling that had lingered since Aizawa informed them about the trip. It could have been the recent incident with the press and a potential villain infiltrating you. Or perhaps it was just his imagination running wild. His thoughts were interrupted when Tsuyu Azui called out to him, stating that she always speaks her mind. Izuku looked up, meeting her curious gaze. She mentioned that his conduit powers reminded her of the abilities of a hero known as Bannerman. This sparked a wave of mixed reactions from the class, even catching Aizawa's attention. Kaminari chimed in, noting the similarities between Izuku's powers and those of Bannerman, while Mina excitedly pointed out that Izuku's costume resembled the hero's. Kami added her own enthusiastic comment, which left the others puzzled by her choice of words. Izuku smiled at their observations, finding it amusing. He then revealed that Bannerman was indeed the one who had given him his powers and helped him enter them. The class erupted in surprise, their reactions causing the bus to shake slightly. Izuku and 𝗬𝗧𝗪 struggled to contain their laughter at the astonished expressions around them. Aizawa, too, seemed taken aback, and Izuku thought he caught a hint of a smile on the usually stoic teacher's face. Mina and Kami were the first to recover, rushing to Izuku and bombarding him with questions about being Bannerman's student. Their excitement was palpable, and Izuku found himself caught in a tight embrace between the two girls, feeling overwhelmed yet flattered. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗧𝗪 watched with a pout, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, Bakugo interrupted, demanding to know who Bannerman was. The class turned to him in disbelief, and Kaminari asked why he didn't know. Bakugo, frustrated, insisted that he wouldn't have asked if he did. Hanta Siro questioned him further, and Bakugo's irritation grew as he defended himself against their incredulity. Aizawa then explained who Bannerman was, detailing his role in liberating Seattle from a powerful organization and his efforts to help other conduits. He glanced at Izuku, confirming that Bannerman had come to Japan to track down a wanted conduit. Izuku nodded, confirming that the hero had left about 10 months prior to the entrance exams. Bakugo smirked, trying to provoke Izuku by claiming he was nothing compared to All Might. However, Izuku simply smiled back, which only irritated Bakugo further. Before he could express his frustration, Aizawa intervened, cautioning Bakugo not to be so certain. He explained that Bakugo had not witnessed the fight between the two. Kyokujiro, intrigued, asked if the Bannerman had really fought All Might and who had emerged victorious. Bakugo shouted that All Might had undoubtedly won, asserting his status as the best hero, causing Jiro to flinch at his volume. The class turned their attention to Aizawa, eager for his response. Aizawa, maintaining his calm demeanor, revealed that All Might had not been able to defeat the Bannerman and hadn't even touched him during their encounter. The students gasped in disbelief, except for Izuku, who nodded inwardly, amused by Bakugo's astonished expression. Seizing the moment, Izuku discreetly took out his phone and snapped a picture of Bakugo's shocked face, thinking it could make a great meme later. Tsuyu then asked Izuku how long the Bannerman had trained him. He replied without hesitation that it had been 2 weeks. Aizawa questioned this, and Izuku explained that it was the time the Bannerman had left before returning to America. He thought to himself that he had been suspended during that PRD, but decided it was best not to mention it. When asked if he had mastered all the moves taught to him, Izuku shrugged and confirmed that he had also learned free running, parkour, skateboarding, and even graffiti art. Tsuyu expressed disbelief at how much Izuku had accomplished in just 2 weeks, and the rest of the class stared at him in awe. They wondered how someone could become so skilled in such a short time. Todoroki and Ida scrutinized him, while Bakugo glared, feeling threatened by Izuku's potential. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu regarded him with admiration, thinking about how she would inform her parents about the freedom fighter of Seattle's student. Aizawa called for the class to settle down, giving Izuku a brief glance before focusing on the front again. As silence fell, Izuku felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach, sensing that something was about to happen. He shook off the feeling, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes, hoping to clear his mind for the upcoming activity. Moments later, Izuku found himself pulled through a portal to a different area of the US. Earlier, as they had entered and met 13, a portal had suddenly opened in the central plaza, revealing villains who introduced themselves as the League of Villains. Their audacious claim to kill the symbol of peace was bold, especially for a group that had previously caused chaos at UA. Izuku felt a chill at the sight of a menacing bird-faced creature among them, which conjured an unsettling image of a massive flaming rock monster in his mind. As they attempted to escape, the villain responsible for their arrival separated the group by teleporting them to different locations within the USJ. When the sensation of being pulled away ceased, Izuku opened his eyes to find himself falling into a rocky area of the mountain zone. He noticed a group of villains gathered below, their maniacal grins and activated quirks indicating they were ready for a fight. Thinking quickly, he wrapped a chain around his hand and prepared to strike. As he neared the ground, he channeled smoke into his fist and punched the earth, creating a shockwave that pushed the villains back. Rising to his feet, he unwrapped the chain and charged at the stunned villains. Just as he was about to attack, one of them intercepted him and sent him tumbling. He quickly regained his balance, feeling his bruised cheek start to heal as smoke enveloped his face. The large villain, who had an armor quirk, mocked him for his chain, taunting him to show what he could do. As the group of villains charged, Izuku was ready to fight back when a shockwave suddenly blasted through the area, knocking the villains off course. He turned to see Jiro and Yaoyorozu rushing toward him, relieved to see his classmates. Jiro asked if he was okay, and Izuku smiled, grateful for their help. He acknowledged Jiro's assistance and asked if they were the only ones transported to this location, while kicking a villain who was trying to rise. Yaoyorozu looked at him with an unreadable expression, while Jiro gazed at him with admiration. Yaoyorozu noted that only she, Jiro, and Izuku remained in the area. She created a metal staff and struck a villain on the head before kicking them toward Jiro, who unleashed a shockwave that sent the villain reeling. Nodding, Izuku dashed toward Jiro and delivered a punch to a villain's face, catching them off guard. He swung his chain against the villains' chests and backs, then used smoke particles from his sulfur bomb to grip their faces and slam them to the ground, rendering them unconscious. He remarked that they were even, winking at Yaoyorozu, who rolled her eyes but smirked in response. With a chuckle, he turned to Yaoyorozu, who had just taken down another villain, and asked about their next move. As a large rock fist came hurtling toward him, he ducked and shot the villain in the stomach. The villains staggered back, letting out a yelp as a net suddenly ensnared them. Jiryu then drew a tanto that Yaoyorozu had created and slashed at a villain's arms before sending a shockwave toward their chest. Yaoyorozu suggested they create an opening to rejoin the rest of their class and inquired if Izuku had any wide-range attacks. Izuku considered his options, realizing that most of his attacks were either long-range or short-range, except for one. He nodded, recalling an attack that would work. He prepared for an orbital drop and warned them to take cover. Yaoyorozu quickly fashioned a shock and fire-resistant cloth to shield both herself and Jiryu, hoping it would suffice. Channeling the smoke within him, Izuku jumped as high as he could, spinning rapidly until he transformed into 3 smoke spheres that collided in the air, reforming him. He tilted his body downward, letting gravity take over while using his thrusters to accelerate. Upon hitting the ground, he unleashed a powerful punch that caused an explosion, sending shockwaves and debris flying, and propelling every villain in the vicinity away from their position. As he stood up, Izuku surveyed the aftermath of his attack, scratching his head sheepishly at the destruction he had caused. He noticed Yaoyorozu and Jiryu staring in awe as they emerged from the cloth, taking in the scene. With a smirk, he crossed his arms and asked how that was for a wide-range attack. Yaoyorozu snapped out of her daze, clearing her throat and commenting that it was a bit excessive but effective. She praised his work and suggested they move to join the others, but her words were interrupted when a villain emerged from the ground, launching an electric attack at her. Time seemed to slow for Yaoyorozu as she saw the bolt of lightning approaching. Paralyzed by fear, she struggled to think of a way to insulate herself from the attack. Closing her eyes, she braced for impact, but nothing happened. The sound of a pained cry forced her to open her eyes, revealing Izuku on all fours, shaking and twitching on the ground. Burn marks marred his exposed back, indicating the strength of the electric attack had penetrated his denim vest and jacket. Despite the pain, Izuku managed to call out for action. Jiryu reacted first, plugging her earphone jacks into her speaker boots and unleashing a strong blast of vibration that caused the villain to collapse, clutching their ears. Izuku shakily stood up, lunged at the villain, and subdued them with a smoke-covered hand. After ensuring the villain was unconscious, he took a step back but fell to one knee, feeling the lingering effects of the electrocution. Concerned, Jiryu and Yaoyorozu rushed to his side, asking if he was okay and if he could walk. Izuku offered a pained smile as he struggled to stand, the burning pain in his back evident. He turned to Yaoyorozu, who looked at him with sadness, questioning why he had taken the hit for her. With gritted teeth, he reassured her that heroes protect their classmates, gently wiping a tear from her cheek, which made her blush. He reminded her that it was the vice class representative's duty to assist the class representative in times of need. As he lowered his hand, smoke began swirling around him, and he absorbed it, regaining his strength. The burn on his back vanished, leaving only a hole in his vest and jacket. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his hands, noting that the numbness remained. He addressed his classmates, stating that while he enjoyed their company, they needed to regroup with the others to escape. Turning to leave the mountain zone, he was unaware of the blushes on the girls' faces. Jiryu grumbled about his casual compliment, while Yaoyorozu giggled, flattered, and surprised. She admired Izuku's features, particularly the diamond-shaped pattern of freckles on his face, finding him undeniably cute. As they made their way through the USJ, she reflected on how he had saved her without a second thought, recalling the burn on his back. Though his body was different as a conduit, he still endured pain for her sake. The impact of the attack could have been devastating if it had struck. She felt immense gratitude for his brave action. Like a true hero, he prioritized the safety of others over his own well-being. He truly deserved the title of hero and a place in 𝐒𝐻𝐻 hero course. Despite being labeled a bioterrorist, Izuku would do everything in his power to protect others. She considered the possibility of engaging with the bannerman's son or student, giggling inwardly, which sent shivers down Izuku and Delsin's spines. Both felt an unsettling disturbance in the air. After skillfully dodging and incapacitating every villain in their path through the mountains and debris of the mountain zone, Izuku, Yaoyorozu, and Jiraiya arrived at the central plaza of USJ. They witnessed All Might in an intense battle against a formidable, bird-headed creature. The trio was captivated by the fast-paced fight but needed to retreat to the entrance of the unforeseen simulation joint, where their classmates awaited. Izuku spotted their homeroom teacher and 13, both injured, with 13 being tended to by other classmates. As they approached the entrance staircase, Izuku turned toward the fight upon hearing a loud crash. He saw All Might enveloped in smoke, standing tall with his fist raised. Shattered glass rained down from the building's roof, and the monstrous creature was nowhere in sight. Judging by the large hole above, Izuku assumed All Might had punched it out of the building. However, he noticed the hero was trembling slightly, blood trickling from his lips. This reminded Izuku of their first meeting, where he had seen All Might's injury, filling him with concern. The villain, covered in hands, began to rant about how All Might had cheated and should have been weaker. All Might, in turn, declared that the villains should surrender since he had just defeated their strongest member. His speech was abruptly interrupted when another dark purple swirl appeared beside the villains, and the creature that All Might had just sent flying emerged, fully healed. Stammering, All Might questioned how they had retrieved the Nomu, as it was called, after he had sent it away. The purple mist villain chuckled darkly, explaining that he had placed a portal just outside the building before the Nomu could escape too far. He then addressed the villain's leader, stating it was time to finish the fight. Shigaraki, the hand-covered villain, grinned menacingly as he looked toward All Might, declaring it was time for round 2. The Nomu charged at All Might, and Izuku could see the panic in the number 1 hero's expression. Realizing All Might was at his limit, Izuku instinctively ran toward him, using Smoke Dash. Ignoring the calls from Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu, he focused on one clear choice: defeat the Nomu to save All Might. In an instant, surrounded by smoke, Izuku positioned himself between the Nomu and All Might. All Might shouted for him to get away, warning him of the danger. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had acted on instinct as he unraveled the chain around his wrist. All Might's eyes widened in surprise at the young hero's determination. With all his strength, Izuku struck the Nomu in the chest. The villains were taken aback by Izuku's sudden appearance. Shigaraki was about to mock him when he saw the chain glow orange, followed by a piercing shriek from the Nomu. Izuku's strike cut through the creature's arm effortlessly. Shigaraki, now furious, commanded the Nomu to eliminate Izuku while scratching at his neck in frustration. As Izuku prepared to strike again, the Nomu roared and grew another arm from its severed limb, attempting to crush him. However, Izuku used Smoke Dash to escape its grasp, rolling to the ground and sidestepping a powerful slam before leaping onto the Nomu's back. Holding tightly to its neck, he wrapped the chain around it, applying pressure. The Nomu thrashed violently, but Izuku pulled harder on the chain. With a determined yell, he channeled smoke through the chain, decapitating the Nomu. Its head disintegrated into ash, scattering across the ground, some blown away by the wind. Jumping off the Nomu, Izuku braced himself for another confrontation, expecting the creature's head to regenerate. To his surprise, the headless Nomu froze and collapsed lifelessly to the ground, creating a heavy silence in the central plaza as everyone processed the event. Shigaraki broke the silence, furious and accusing Izuku of cheating. He charged at Izuku, who was startled by the villain's outburst. Just as Shigaraki's hand was inches from his face, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Shigaraki gasped in pain as a bullet struck his hand. Before he could react, a barrage of bullets rained down on their location. Shigaraki narrowly dodged a bullet aimed at his head as Kurogiri enveloped them both and retreated, taking 13 with him. Looking toward the staircase, Izuku saw the 𝐸 faculty gathered near the entrance, alongside a breathing Ida, who had sprinted back from 𝐸 Releasing a sigh of relief, 𝗧𝗂 was about to return to his classmates when All Might called out to him, expressing concern for his well-being. 𝗧𝗂 turned back and nodded, assuring All Might he was fine, but before he could finish, a loud bang echoed through the air. He found himself lying on the concrete, pain radiating from a wound in his chest. The cries of his female classmates filled the air, panic evident in their voices, while teachers shouted in the background. Just before darkness enveloped him, a voice echoed in his mind, something that would alter his perception of heroes. The words were filled with disdain, a reminder of betrayal. Unbeknownst to him and those around him, a flicker of blue electricity sparked on his left hand before vanishing. A wave of shock and disbelief swept through the USJ as the class witnessed one of their own fall, struck down by their teacher. The girls, particularly Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kyokajiru, rushed towards 𝗧𝗂's still form, tears streaming down their faces. For Ochako, the pain stemmed from the loss of a friend with whom she had just formed a genuine bond. Momo and Kyoka felt a deep sorrow witnessing someone who would sacrifice everything for their safety, regardless of the labels others placed on him. Eiji Kirishima stood frozen, a tear escaping her red eyes as she processed the sight of the boy who had saved her months ago lying lifeless on the ground. She began to walk toward him, following the other girls. As they approached 𝗧𝗂, the professional heroes near the entrance were engaged in a heated exchange, primarily directed at 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Present Mick's voice rang out, filled with disbelief and anger, demanding to know what 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had done. The man, unfazed, calmly returned his pistol to its holster, the weapon that had taken 𝗧𝗂's life. Midnight, usually composed, expressed her outrage, questioning 𝗧𝗵𝗲's decision to shoot. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shrugged, dismissing the gravity of his actions, claiming that 𝗧𝗂 was too dangerous to remain alive. Vlad King challenged him, questioning who gave 𝗧𝗵𝗲 the authority to make such a decision. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 responded with a nonchalant attitude, insisting that the threat was neutralized. In a moment of fury, Present Mike struck 𝗧𝗵𝗲, sending him to the ground, his mask cracking from the force of the blow. He confronted 𝗧𝗵𝗲, declaring that no one had the right to decide who lived or died based on their differences. Nizu, the principal, remained silent, his expression blank but his body language betraying his anger. The veins on his furry face bulged, and his paws were stained with red, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. He gazed at 𝗧𝗂's lifeless form, feeling the weight of loss for a future hero, someone who could have represented hope for conduits worldwide, now gone due to the prejudice of one vengeful individual. Just as Nizu prepared to address the heroes, a strange phenomenon occurred. Smoke and small orange particles began to swirl around 𝗧𝗂's body, capturing the attention of his female classmates. Concern and fear washed over their faces as the particles absorbed into the wound on his chest. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂's eyes snapped open, shocking everyone around him. In a cloud of smoke, he reappeared, standing tall, his hair casting shadows over his eyes. He noticed the remnants of his mask, now destroyed, and clenched his fist in anger, recalling the sensation of the bullet piercing his chest. Relief washed over Uraraka as she approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, expressing her concern. However, 𝗧𝗂 brushed her hand away, whispering for her not to touch him. The mix of sadness, anger, and betrayal was palpable in his voice. Uraraka felt a tear form in her eyes as she watched him walk away, her heart heavy with worry. The rest of the class and the professionals stood in stunned silence, witnessing 𝗧𝗂's miraculous return. He walked toward 𝗧𝗵𝗲, his indifference sending chills through those who observed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes widened as he noticed a single tear rolling down 𝗧𝗂's cheek. With a defiant gesture, 𝗧𝗂 spat the bullet onto the ground before 𝗧𝗵𝗲, his voice low yet powerful as he questioned 𝗧𝗵𝗲's actions. He turned to leave, his final words lingering in the air, a haunting reminder of the hero he was expected to be. As he vanished in a cloud of smoke, the weight of guilt settled over everyone present, particularly 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who felt the sting of 𝗧𝗂's words. Nizu took charge, instructing the heroes to restrain the villains and prepare for the arrival of the police. He ordered the evacuation of students and the transport of the injured to Recovery Girl, his voice steady despite the chaos. He paused before adding a final note, requesting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to meet him in the morning for an important discussion. Nizu spoke without looking at him, calmly exiting the room, leaving 𝗧𝗂𝘁 in turmoil. After leaving 𝐻𝐽, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 dashed through the streets, not caring where he was headed, only wanting to put as much distance between himself and Yue as possible. He was oblivious to the stares and reprimands from passers-by regarding his quirk use, and he didn't mind if heroes pursued him. Moving at an incredible speed, he navigated through the bustling streets of Mustafu, occasionally weaving through crowds and vehicles. A single tear escaped his eye, evaporating as he rushed onward. Eventually, he came to a halt, falling to his knees as the weight of betrayal, anger, and loneliness overwhelmed him. The harsh words from Katsuki, the rejection from All Might, the deception from Aizawa, the glares from staff and classmates, and the betrayal from 𝗧𝗵𝗲 all crashed down on him. He felt lost, unsure of whom to trust. Despite his efforts to be a good student and friend, he was met with indifference and hostility. He questioned whether the kindness he had received was genuine or merely a facade. The pain of his isolation surged within him, and he cried out in anguish, longing for a sense of belonging. Just then, a voice called out to him, freezing him in place. He looked up to see Toru Hagakure descending the staircase at Dagobah Beach, drawn to him by instinct. Concern etched on her face, she approached him, asking why he was crying. Izuku stared at her, his tear-filled eyes meeting her worried gaze. Overcome by emotion, he embraced her tightly, seeking comfort. Toru gasped at the sudden hug but quickly wrapped her arms around him, ruffling his green hair in a soothing manner. She understood he needed someone to share his pain with. After several minutes of crying in her arms, Izuku finally calmed down, his eyes red from tears. He apologized for dampening her shirt, his voice hoarse. Toru blushed but reassured him it was fine, pulling a jacket from her bag to wear. She then gently asked him what had happened. Izuku flinched at the question, prompting her to wave her hands in reassurance, saying she wouldn't force him to talk if he didn't want to. He focused on the sand, fiddling with his fingers as he recounted the events at the unforeseen simulation joint. Toru struggled to contain her urge to hug him again, knowing he had faced a lot that day. As he described the villain attack, she felt a mix of relief and concern when he mentioned escaping without serious harm, though her heart sank when he revealed he had interfered in All Might's fight. She wanted to scold him for being reckless, but he continued, revealing that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had shot him. Time seemed to freeze as those words left his lips. Toru's eyes widened in shock as she noticed a hole in his jacket, confirming his claim. Izuku clenched his fists, anger boiling within him at 𝗧𝗵𝗲's unexpected attack. He was grateful he had left 𝐻𝐽 early, otherwise, he might have unleashed his powers in retaliation. Toru hugged him tightly, whispering comforting words, assuring him he could rely on her. The warmth of her embrace eased his tension, and though his eyes watered again, no more tears fell. They remained in that comforting hold for a while before finally standing up to head home. Despite her protests, Izuku insisted on taking her to the station, where they shared one last hug before parting ways. Using smoke dash, Izuku made his way home swiftly, avoiding the watchful eyes of patrolling heroes. Upon his return, he was immediately enveloped by his mother, Inko, who was frantic with worry after receiving news about the attack at 𝐻𝐽. She had nearly rushed to Yue to confront whoever had harmed her son. Izuku reassured her that he was okay and just needed some time alone. Although she hesitated, she recognized the toll the day had taken on him and respected his wishes. After kissing his forehead, she reminded him she was there if he needed anything. As Izuku retreated to his room, Inko sensed something different about him. Despite his exhausted expression, there was an unfamiliar yet familiar aura surrounding him. It felt dangerous yet calculated, a stark contrast to the easygoing nature he had always possessed. The memories of Izuku's biological father, Cole, lingered in her mind, prompting a sigh. She wondered what Cole would do in a situation like this. As she gazed at the television broadcasting news about the 𝐻𝐽 infiltration, a thought struck her. Perhaps Izuku was awakening Cole's powers. With that in mind, she decided to reach out to a close friend. The following day, a tense atmosphere enveloped the principal's office at UA. All the staff members were present except for Aizawa and 13, who were recovering from serious injuries. Even the injured All-Might was there, anxiously awaiting the meeting. 𝗎𝗓, usually lively, sat silently, his serious expression contrasting with the unease in the room as he reviewed a folder. The ticking of the wall clock filled the silence until 𝗎𝗓 finally closed the folder and addressed the group. He glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the one responsible for shooting 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁, before starting the meeting. 𝗎𝗓 noted that everyone was present except for 𝗂𝐳 and 𝐈𝐵. He began, stating that the attack at USJ had taken them by surprise, despite their earlier suspicions, resulting in trauma for their students. The heroes nodded in agreement. 𝗎𝗓 continued, highlighting that one student had suffered the most during the incident, 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁. The mere mention of his name caused discomfort among the staff. 𝗎𝗓 explained that 𝗧𝗂𝗁 had been attacked after defeating the villain's final boss, a creature known as a 𝗕𝗨𝗻. The atmosphere shifted as many staff members glared at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who kept his head down. 𝗎𝗓's voice turned cold as he addressed 𝗧𝗵𝗲, asking him to explain why he thought it was a good idea to attack 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone awaited 𝗧𝗵𝗲's response, but he remained silent for several minutes. Finally, he spoke, defending his actions as necessary for the safety of the students. He insisted that he had shot the 𝗕𝗨𝗻 to prevent further harm. Midnight interjected, reminding 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that the creature had a name. Her tone made everyone but 𝗧𝗵𝗲, 𝗎𝗓, and ectoplasm flinch. Unfazed, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 continued to justify his actions, claiming he was protecting the students from a potential threat. Ectoplasm, however, interrupted him, asserting that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was merely making excuses. Ectoplasm pointed out that, despite some staff members' discomfort with 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁's status as a conduit, none had resorted to sabotage or harm. He was certain 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the only one opposed to 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 retorted, questioning how Ectoplasm could know that everyone else was not lying. Toshinori chimed in, explaining that Naomasa had interviewed the staff after the entrance exam, and his lie detector quirk would reveal the truth about their feelings toward 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁. The room fell silent as President Mike expressed confusion about Naomasa's visit, noting that he hadn't been there since the previous year's sports festival. 𝗎𝗓 revealed that he had allowed Naomasa to listen in on their last meeting, which shocked 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗎𝗓 confirmed that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the only one who had lied about his acceptance of 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁's conduit status. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reacted with anger, insisting that everyone else was foolish for not recognizing the danger 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁 posed. 𝗎𝗓 calmly pointed out that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the one causing chaos in the school and advised him to refrain from using the term bioterrorist to describe 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁. He then declared that it was time for 𝗧𝗵𝗲's punishment. 𝗎𝗓 outlined the consequences for 𝗧𝗵𝗲's actions, which included attempted harm to a student and violating the conduit freedom rule. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 interrupted, questioning the validity of this rule. 𝗎𝗓, visibly annoyed, handed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 the folder and instructed him to read the first sentence. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 read the rule, his eyes widened in disbelief. 𝗎𝗓 explained that the law had been established by the United Nations following 𝗪𝗪𝗪's heroic actions in Seattle, which had liberated many conduits from oppression. The other staff members nodded in acknowledgement of this history. 𝗎𝗓 then informed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that due to his violations, he would face a sentence of over 20 years, with minimal chances of parole. The gravity of the situation left 𝗧𝗵𝗲 frozen in place, realizing the consequences of his actions. With all the charges against him, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's hero license was immediately terminated, and he would be sent to Tartarus to serve the remainder of his sentence. As 𝗎𝗓 concluded the announcement, Tsukachi Naomasa entered the room, taking 𝗧𝗵𝗲 into custody. The police detective quietly recited 𝗧𝗵𝗲's rights as they exited, leaving the room in a state of shock and silence. 𝗎𝗓 sighed in relief, feeling a heavy weight lift from his chest. He had not wanted to take such action against a member of his staff, but it had been unavoidable. Returning to his seat, he cleared his throat, preparing to discuss another matter, the upcoming sports festival and the need for a substitute to fill an open position on their staff. Izuku found himself in a familiar dark place upon opening his eyes. Illuminated by two distant orbs, he wondered why he was here again. The last time had been when he became a conduit. Confusion and curiosity filled his mind as he approached the orbs. Unlike before, the orbs did not move toward him, which he considered a relief. As he drew closer, he noticed something strange about them. The orange orb, once normal, now glowed a brighter red, surrounded by swirling smoke, while the blue orb remained unchanged in color, though the arcs of lightning around it had grown larger, accompanied by icy winds that mimicked the smoke of the other orb. A sense of unease washed over Izuku. Something was definitely amiss. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him, prompting him to activate his smoke instinctively as he turned to face the speaker. The man before him had a shaved head, blue eyes, and wore a white t-shirt with light gray sleeves, black cargo breeds, and tabi boots. He approached Izuku with a calm yet serious expression. Stopping a few meters away, the man's serious demeanor softened into a smile. He expressed his pleasure at meeting Izuku for the first time. Izuku, caught off guard, quickly asked who the man was. It may have been rude, but he was uncertain of his surroundings and the man's intentions. Given his past experiences, trust did not come easily to him. Yet, the voice felt familiar, as if he had encountered this man before, though he could not recall when or where. The man's smile turned into a smirk, heightening Izuku's anxiety. He introduced himself as 𝗏, claiming to be Izuku's father. As the orange hue of the rising sun illuminated the streets of Mustafu, Izuku sat atop a building's rooftop, a serious and determined expression on his face as the wind tousled his hair. It had been 3 days since the USJ incident, yet it felt as if it had happened just yesterday. He could still feel the lingering pain in his chest from where Snipe's bullet had struck. Although Snipe was now imprisoned, Izuku could not shake the feeling of betrayal. Taking a deep breath, he summoned smoke from his body and dashed down the building. The usually bustling streets of Mustafu were eerily quiet at this early hour, with only a few street sweepers awake. Though it was earlier than he preferred, he had an appointment with Nizu regarding the USJ incident. They could have discussed it the day after, but Izuku had been too physically and mentally exhausted to leave his room, a fact Nizu had understood. In a flashback, Izuku recalled standing in that dark place illuminated by the familiar orbs, shock and confusion etched on his face as he faced 𝗏, the man claiming to be his deceased father. The man exuded an intense yet calm aura, and despite the soothing presence, Izuku felt intimidated by his serious gaze. With confusion still evident, Izuku questioned how this could be true, insisting that his father was dead. Cole looked thoughtful and sighed, affirming that he was indeed Izuku's father. He stepped closer, noting the resemblance in Izuku's eye and hair color to his mother, Inko. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of her name, grappling with the reality of the situation. Could this man truly be his father? He had always longed to meet him, but now that he stood before him, Izuku felt lost. His thoughts were interrupted as Cole continued, pointing out that Izuku's strong conduit gene further confirmed their connection. Izuku stepped forward, eyes wide with shock, asking if Cole was also a conduit. Cole chuckled, revealing that he was a prime conduit, electricity crackling at his fingertips. Izuku watched in awe, unable to believe the revelation before him. His father was the hero his mother had always spoken of, a man who had sacrificed countless lives to protect millions from a formidable enemy. He had passed away before their family could truly begin. This left Izuku puzzled. If his father was truly gone, how was he standing before him now? His questions were soon addressed when the man spoke again, explaining that they were in Izuku's mindscape. Although it might not be as grand as Izuku had hoped, it was certainly better than a mindscape filled with ominous imagery. The man walked toward a pair of glowing orbs, with Izuku following closely behind. He acknowledged Izuku's confusion about their presence and assured him that everything would be clarified. They stopped in front of the orbs, which represented the conduit powers Izuku currently possessed. The orange orb symbolized the smoke powers granted to him by 𝗫𝗏, while the blue orb, though seemingly acquired from another conduit, actually represented the powers inherited from his father. This revelation made Izuku look up at his father. Before he could speak, the man continued, explaining that this conduit power had existed in Izuku's mind since 𝗵𝗃 but had remained dormant due to a lack of interaction with other conduits. Izuku realized that when he encountered the conduit 𝗫𝗏 had been pursuing, it had awakened his conduit gene. His father confirmed this, teasing him about the reckless way he had awakened it. 𝗧𝗂 then turned his attention to the second orb, asking if it had always been present. His father's expression shifted to seriousness as he focused on the smoke-covered orb, clarifying that it had not been there at 𝗧𝗂's behest. It had appeared only after his encounter with 𝗓𝗏, leading to the next explanation. His father elaborated on the concept of prime conduits, individuals who carried an active conduit gene that allowed them to develop unique superhuman abilities. He and 𝗓𝗏 were prime examples, being the strongest of their time. His father had been the first, manifesting powerful electro and cryokinesis, while 𝗓𝗏 had been the second, able to copy other conduits' abilities. This made them the first and second sons, respectively. Looking at 𝗧𝗂, his father noted that he was a fascinating case. He had the potential to manifest not only his father's electrokinesis and possibly cryokinesis but also the ability to copy other conduits' powers and access their memories. Additionally, he could potentially harness abilities hidden within those powers, such as using them simultaneously or developing entirely new abilities. His father proclaimed him a third son, the strongest conduit of all time. 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened in disbelief. The idea of being the strongest conduit seemed unreal, but his father's serious yet proud expression confirmed its truth. Before 𝗧𝗂 could respond, his father continued, emphasizing the importance of using his abilities responsibly. He reflected on his own past mistakes, expressing regret for the innocent lives lost during his time on Earth, but he believed it had been for the greater good. His father smiled at him, imparting wisdom about balance and the inevitability of mistakes as opportunities for growth. He approached 𝗧𝗂, placing a hand on his shoulder, and shared his longing to talk more, but acknowledged that his time was running out. He asked 𝗧𝗂 to promise to use his powers for protection, assuring him that he would always be watching over him, supporting him in becoming the first official conduit hero. He expressed his apologies to 𝗏𝗏 for leaving her to raise 𝗧𝗂 alone and conveyed how much he missed and loved her. Finally, he declared his love for 𝗧𝗂, expressing pride in him, before embracing him as he began to fade away. 𝗧𝗂 watched as his father was enveloped in a bright light, signaling his departure from the earth. A tear slipped from his eye as he turned toward the orbs, a determined expression forming on his face. He knew what he needed to do. Raising his hands, he touched both orbs, feeling a tingling sensation in his palms. As he absorbed their powers, the familiar feeling of the smoke-covered orb enveloped his right hand, while the sharp energy from the electric orb surged into his left. In that moment, he glimpsed memories from both his father's and 𝗓𝗏's past, including alternate timelines where they had chosen darker paths, revealing aspects of his father's life he had never known. Once he fully absorbed the orbs, a wave of energy pulsed through the mindscape, transforming the dark room into a radiant space filled with light that did not strain his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his left arm and flinched at the discomfort. Looking down, he was astonished to see a mark resembling a black 𝗬𝗏𝗂 with blue wings and a red emblem appear on his skin. As he examined the mark, a smile spread across his face, reminding him of both his father and 𝗓𝗏, a testament to his legacy as the successor of two great conduits. As he felt himself waking up, 𝗧𝗂's smile shifted to one of seriousness and determination. It was time for the third son to return. During his time away from class, 𝗧𝗂 focused on distracting himself to ease his mind. He diligently took notes on how to harness his electrokinesis powers without harming himself or those around him. To his surprise, his electric power levels matched his father's but were much more stable, likely due to the fact that he absorbed it along with smoke. Speaking of his father, he shared his mental encounter with him and the message left for 𝗏𝗏. His mother cried in his arms as she reminisced about the moments they had shared with Cole. 𝗧𝗂 held her tightly, tears welling up in his eyes as he recalled his father's last words. When she noticed the mark on his arm, he anticipated a scolding, but instead, she smiled at him. When he inquired about her lack of reprimand, she explained that she understood the significance of the mark's sudden appearance. 𝗏𝗏 listened intently as 𝗧𝗂 described his newfound abilities, including not only smoke and power absorption but also electro and possibly cryokinesis. She embraced him, expressing her pride in him, regardless of his powers. During this time, he also spoke with 𝗫𝐵 over the phone. 𝗫𝐵's displeasure regarding 𝗧𝗵𝗲's actions toward his protégé was evident. It took considerable persuasion from Izuku to prevent 𝗫𝐵 from flying to Tartarus to confront 𝗧𝗵𝗲 directly. Izuku recounted his conversation with his father, and he was pleasantly surprised to hear 𝗫𝐵 express admiration for Cole. 𝗫𝐵 revealed that he idolized Izuku's father and that his longing to use his powers to become a superhero stemmed from that admiration. This revelation brought a smile to Izuku's face, filling him with pride for his father. He also informed 𝗫𝐵 about his new powers, which left 𝗫𝐵 shocked but not surprised. The older Conduit had anticipated that Izuku would gain electrokinesis after their encounter, knowing it was only a matter of time before Izuku began using his powers against villains. They bid farewell, with 𝗫𝐵 promising to send Izuku a new hero costume to replace the one that had been damaged. Izuku requested that the mask be excluded, as he no longer wished to hide his Conduit status or worry about others' opinions. Returning to reality, Izuku stood before the door of Class 1A, having just finished a conversation with Nizu. The principal's apology was sincere, an unusual sight as he bowed to a student for a mistake made by a former staff member. Nizu revealed that he had dismissed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 for violating the Conduit freedom rule. He also encouraged Izuku to reach out if he ever had a request, to which Izuku nodded, promising to consider it. Before departing, Nizu offered him a copy of the Conduit Freedom Rule and Laws book, which piqued Izuku's interest. Taking a deep breath, Izuku composed his expression and opened the classroom door. As he stepped inside, he was met with the astonished faces of his classmates. It took him a moment to scan their expressions, which ranged from shock and surprise to indifference, anger, worry, and finally, relief. Ignoring their stares, he walked to his seat. As he passed Katsuki, he could hear him growling in frustration. He reached his seat while his classmates continued to watch him, but he chose to disregard them. After the incident at USJ, Izuku felt uncertain about whom to trust. While he had formed bonds with Ochako, and possibly Yaoyorozu and Jairu, he still recalled how they had distanced themselves after he revealed his Conduit status. The only person he felt he could truly trust was Toru, but she was in the General Studies course, which only deepened his sense of isolation within the hero course. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ochako looking at him with concern, contemplating whether to approach him. Similar expressions of worry were evident on Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and surprisingly, Kirishima's face, leaving Izuku puzzled about the latter's familiarity. As he removed his uniform jacket and placed it under his desk, he heard gasps from his classmates but chose to ignore them, gazing out the window. He was lost in thought, admiring the clouds, when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was undoubtedly Ida, as he continued to observe the sky, imagining the freedom of floating among the clouds. Ida rushed toward him, expressing his disapproval of Izuku's tattoo, declaring it inappropriate for AU student. He insisted that Izuku should have it removed to avoid expulsion. As Ida continued his lecture, Izuku remained focused on the clouds, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his earplugs. Without acknowledging Ida, he plugged them into his ears, causing Ida to stumble comically as some classmates chuckled while others considered getting their own pair. Feeling insulted by Izuku's indifference, Ida persisted in his admonishment, only to be ignored. Eventually, he resigned and moved to the front of the class, calling for everyone's attention. He instructed his classmates to take their seats for the morning homeroom PRD, performing a stiff motion with his arms. Most of the class couldn't help but sweat drop at his formality. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that Ida was the only one not seated, prompting laughter from his classmates, which only added to Ida's embarrassment as he returned to his seat with a gloomy expression. The class resumed their conversations, with Mina Ishido asking Tsuyu which teacher they might expect that day. Tsuyu pondered for a moment, recalling that Aizawa-sensei had been severely injured during the events at USJ. She mentioned that he was probably hospitalized at that moment. Cammy interjected, suggesting that it would likely be a different hero with an impressive quirk. Tsuyu tilted her head in confusion, while Mina simply nodded in agreement. Just then, the classroom door swung open, capturing the attention of the entire class, including Izuku. Their homeroom teacher entered, his face completely bandaged and both arms in casts. He greeted them with a blank expression. The class, except for Izuku, Shoko, and Katsuki, stared at him in shock. Most of the class exclaimed in disbelief at Aizawa's early return. Even with his earplugs in, Izuku rolled his eyes at their reaction, thinking it was obvious. Kaminari remarked that it was beyond impressive as he watched Aizawa limp to the front. Jiro, Kirishima, Ojiro, and Siro nodded in agreement. Ida raised his hands stiffly, expressing his relief that their teacher was okay. Ochako, wincing at Aizawa's injuries, quietly questioned whether he could truly be considered okay. As Aizawa reached the front of the class, he faced them and instructed them not to worry about him. His gaze swept over the students and landed on Izuku, who had removed his earplugs. Izuku felt the weight of Aizawa's gaze, hidden behind the bandages, leaving him uncertain of his teacher's expression. Memories of past events and feelings of betrayal surfaced, making him uncomfortable enough to look away. Before diving into the day's discussion, Aizawa introduced a new teacher who would be assisting him. He grumbled to himself about needing help in his class and then gestured toward the door. The class turned to see a young woman enter. She had long, voluminous blonde hair and wore a skin-tight suit with orange stripes. Her scowl suggested she was less than thrilled to be there. The class quickly recognized her as Mount Lady, except for Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoko. Mineta was particularly enamored, captivated by her figure. Izuku observed her with caution, unsure of how she would react to his presence. Aizawa explained that she would be in charge whenever he was unavailable, surprising the class. He added, almost as an afterthought, that she was in debt, prompting a frustrated response from Mount Lady. Ignoring her outburst, Aizawa shifted the focus back to the class. He warned them that the battle was not over yet, which caused the students to tense up. The mention of more villains and fighting filled the room with anxiety. Aizawa's bandaged face revealed a hint of a smirk as he announced that the sports festival was approaching, causing the class to react comically, while Mount Lady watched with a sweat drop. The excitement in the room was palpable as the class erupted in cheers about the upcoming sports festival. Kirishima pumped his fists in enthusiasm, while Kaminari expressed his surprise that they were indeed in a school. Mount Lady turned to Aizawa, inquiring if the students were always this energetic, to which he simply shrugged. Aizawa reassured them that the festival would proceed, indicating that the school was confident in its crisis management. He mentioned that police presence would be significantly increased, emphasizing the importance of the event. He explained that this festival was one of Japan's largest, having taken the place of the Olympics in terms of national enthusiasm. Mount Lady grumbled about the Olympics, but Aizawa continued, highlighting that top heroes would be scouting for talent at the festival. Kaminari shared his aspirations of becoming a sidekick to a pro hero after graduation, while Jiro teased him about the risks of getting stuck as a sidekick forever. She reminded him that time was limited and that getting noticed by a pro could lead to a brighter future. Aizawa concluded by stressing the significance of the festival, declaring it a once-a-year opportunity that aspiring heroes could not afford to overlook. The class's expressions turned serious and determined, and despite his indifferent facade, Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of proving himself. Unbeknownst to him, the assistant teacher observed him with keen interest, pondering why he seemed so familiar. She paused for a moment before following the mummy out of the room. Izuku settled into a corner seat in the cafeteria, distancing himself from his classmates as he quietly enjoyed his katsudon. His mind was racing with thoughts of the upcoming sports festival. From his